Another six.
Clean ball on that occasion.
West Indies champions taking on the Australia champions here at Northampton. And I have here with me none other than Atul Vasan. Swag se hum karenge, swag ka swagat.
Well, if you're wondering why I'm wearing these glasses, look at her.
Well,
And you know, how cool is this that we are on the last day of our qualifiers and we still have got 2 remaining spots open for the semi-finals. It shows
What?
that how close cricket has been.
but, you know, let's take a look at the points table. The wonderful thing about this tournament is 2 spots are taken.
Yes, and who would have thought that South Africa is going to pull one up against Pakistan? Pakistan were looking red hot, but this has opened up the tournament. 2 good games today. We're still not sure who's going to go through, but West Indies needs to win this game against Australia to book their spot in the semis. If they lose, they're still in with a chance because India has to beat South Africa, and they have to lose poorly for India to be shunted out.
You know, Atul, I've heard that you are a very, very good math student and you're very, very conscientious, so you do your homework. So talk us through the numbers.
I need to take my calculator out. But I think the mathematics is clear. I think India has to lose badly to South Africa not to make through.
Right.
But India will have to actually, even if they go through, I need India to show some swag, you know, because we need India the way India was in the first day. They were very confident. Then Pakistan came through. And South Africa needs to beat India by 60 runs to go through. And I don't think that's going to happen.
1 second, there were fireworks yesterday. I mean,
But if India's-
Snyman and Hervé.
But if India bats first, let me tell you, if India bats first and they go to 200, South Africa needs to get the scores in 15 overs, which is very remote. I'm a hardcore India fan, so I don't hope that happens, you know.
But, you know, the sun was shining on South Africa yesterday. It's amazing that they managed to keep their semi-final hopes alive thanks to the 2 recruits, Messrs. Hervé and Snyman.
Yesterday was a crazy day. You know, we saw a lot of rain, a lot of seam, and the grass is there on the pitch. And I could never imagine in million years that we'll see 4 scores of 200 plus. 800 runs we saw yesterday. And Hervé and Snyman. Look at the kind of mastery they showed against a very potent Pakistan attack. But I think slightly, couple of bowlers were injured. Wahab was under the weather. And I think Pakistan would have done better to give them a rest for the bigger battles ahead. What a wonderful performance. Unique stroke play. And this is a smallish ground. But we saw these maximum ease by trip maximums all over the ground. And that was the match summary. Pakistan batted first and again scooted to 210 for just 4 wickets. Sharjil's brilliant 72 and Shoaib Malik again showing consistency, 51 not out. And then South Africa out of the blue just pulled 1 under. Hervé, the first 100 of this World Championship of Legends, 105 not out in just 57 deliveries. Wow.
Now, Yuvraj must have had a very serious chat with his boys. What does India have to do different today?
Well, they just need to bat and back their billing, you know, because the way we saw them play in the first 2 games, I mean, there was not a foot wrong they stepped. And then I think Robin Uttaba's form is good. Irfan Pathan, you know, and I know Harbhajan Singh was swirling the ball. This is not a kind of pitch where spinners will have too much of a control. But I always back Harbhajan to do something special.
And let's hope that Gurkirat will be back as well. Now, whenever it is Northampton, you know, there's one person who is always very, very busy. We call him Nobby. He's also called Niall O'Brien, and he's here with a pitch report.
Well, welcome to my backyard. I'm just doing some running repairs on this pitch. I made porridge for my kids this morning, and now I'm just finishing off this pitch. A little bit of pain. Thank you very much. Now, let me tell you, 51 sixes in 3 games here in Northampton so far, and over 1,200 runs scored. What does that say? This is an absolute belting track. If you're a bowler, you would have had nightmares last night thinking about this surface. One thing I will say, the ground staff this morning, they've got the old scissors out. They've given it a little bit of a haircut, so the green tinge is gone. It's more whiter now, but it's very, very firm as well. So it's a beautiful pitch. As I said, the green tinge is gone, but it's rock hard, and I'm going to just give you a little bit of, test my knuckles right now. Oh, I tell you what, my hand's a little bit sore. Now, 18 wickets to seam, 7 wickets to spin. So if you're a spinner, you've got your work cut out here. As a batter, hit down the ground. Think of the South African batters last night, Irvi and Snyman, and they just stood and hit through the line of the ball. If you're a seamer, you have to go towards the stumps. Don't get outside the off stump. As soon as you get outside the off stump, you're going to get carted over the cover fielder. There's a very, very strong breeze coming from the clubhouse all the way over to a village called Kingsthorpe, and I live near there. And if you get the wind behind you, if you're someone like Chris Gale, you might hit it into my backyard. It's another great batting track.
Aren't you glad you're not playing over here? Are you having nightmares about this pitch, Atul?
Not really. I turned into a batter in the end of the career. You know, I would have loved to bat on this pitch because the ground boundaries are small. And he's right, Chris Gale, if he gets going, his backyard is not far away. And this is a smallish ground. I hope Chris Gale entertains us because these are the twilight years when we'll see Chris Gale, the universe boss, playing, you know. And I think he's got that 70 in just 40 balls. And I think Dale Steyn.
Dale Steyn bowled beautifully yesterday.
Steyn gun. And, you know, he's one of my favorites. You know, it always gets my goose pimples going when you see somebody like him. Look at that. Beautiful test match bowling. You know, anybody watching, any young
It's
seamer.
really nice to see a true blue legend, you know, get his mojo back the way Dale Steyn has done. But, you know, that also means this is a good place for, you know, the man who's also in form, Brett Lee.
Brett Lee and Aaron Finch. You know, Aaron Finch has just come back from commentary, and the way he's smashed the ball, he's timed the ball. And Brett Lee again, Dale Steyn and Brett Lee, one of the greats of the game. And beautiful actions. You know, any young seamers, any young budding fast bowlers watching, they should be loving this and taking this as a masterclass of how outswing should be bowled.
Lots more insights coming from Atul Vasan, lots more action from the field. The toss coming up as well after this short break. Stay with us. It's been 7 days of riveting cricket, and today is the last day of the league matches with 3 teams vying for 2 semi-final spots. After 2 back-to-back defeats, can Team India regain their winning touch?
That really good win against England yesterday, up against Australia. Australia, if they can win today, can go top. So a lot is on this game. Right, time for the toss. The captains are with Niall O'Brien.
Very warm welcome to the middle. Bright and blustery here in Northampton. David Jukes is our match referee, as always, looking superb. Darren Sammy, thanks for joining. You're a little bit late, but we'll let you away with it. Brett Lee, skipper. Give it a flick, my man. Terrible flick. It is a head, though. You've won us, so don't complain. Terrible flick. You've called, right? What are you going to do?
We got a ball first.
Why?
Well, it's a ground. 200 been chased down twice. Wickets look really good. And yeah, we just back ourselves to chase down a good total.
Cracking win against England yesterday. Always feels sweet.
Always, it feels good to beat England every time, no matter what competition you're playing. But it's a different challenge today. Australia have been playing some really good cricket, so yeah, but the boys are up for it.
What kind of challenge will Australia pose to you that other sides haven't yet?
Well, at the end of the day, it's a cricket game, so there's always a challenge in itself. But again, you know, most of the guys are recently been playing. You know, our guys are just catching up to the tournament, but they started off with a bang from early, and they got younger guys than ours, so they're much fitter and stronger.
You always play with a smile on your face. Are you having a good time here in England? I
am, and it's the first time all my kids are here watching. They're really enjoying it, so that's a bonus for me as well.
Well, talking about bonus, you want to make sure you get the win here, get to the final, get a win bonus, because you're probably going travelling around Europe with all the family.
Yeah, you know, I love my cash. So,
all the best.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I don't know how you're going to follow up that interview, but you're going to bat first. That's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I mean, it would have been probably ideal for us to have a roll, but doesn't really matter now. So we're just going to try and make use of this wicket and get a decent total.
You lost to Pakistan first up when you hardly put a foot wrong in that game. You've played some wonderful cricket in Birmingham and here in Northampton. Is it more of the same?
Definitely. And even against Pakistan, you know, we're very close, lost in the last over. So, you know, the guys we've won 3 on the bounce now. Top orders found some form. We had some decent hitting. I think we were 112, 6 overs to go, got to 200 the other evening. So it proves that we can definitely score runs, and the guys have been doing the job with the ball.
Over 1,200 runs on this surface in 3 games. Give us a kind of rough total you're looking to get first up.
I think 200 is definitely a good total. I notice I've shaved a fair bit of this green tinge off, which doesn't help the fast bowlers, but look, it is what it is. We'll try and make use of this wicket and get a decent total.
What about your side? Any changes?
Same side again.
All the best.
Thanks very much.
Noose in the middle, Darren Sammy. He has won the toss. He's going to bowl first and he's happy.
He's always happy, Darren Sammy. Thanks a lot, Niall O'Brien. Lots to still play for in this competition. We know that England are out. That was happened yesterday. Australia can go top if they win today. West Indies can get themselves into second, and there's still lots to play throughout. We've got another game later on this afternoon when India take on South Africa. So stay with us all day for the World Championship of Legends at Northampton. We're going to take a quick break, and on the other side, we'll just get ready for the start of the game. Welcome back. This is the final day of qualifying in the World Championship of Legends. These are the semi-final scenarios. If the West Indies will qualify if they beat Australia, India will qualify if they beat South Africa. South Africa, remember, who were dead and buried yesterday until that magnificent victory yesterday against Pakistan, will qualify if they beat India by 60 or more runs, or say if India scored 200, South Africa would have to reach that target within 15 overs to increase their net run rate. And if Australia beat West Indies, then India, South Africa and the West Indies will be battling it out for 2 semi-final spots. So what it's saying is stay with us throughout the day. There's lots to come. Somebody who will have a big part to play is the West Indies captain, Darren Sammy, and we caught up with him a little bit earlier.
It feels good, you know. I mean, not good on the body, but it's good to be back in the dressing room with some of the guys you played your career with and played against some familiar opposition. So this keeps you competitive, you know, and the guys have been enjoying it and we have, and yeah, it's a good feeling to be back in the dressing room. I had a good team, you know. Chris Gale, Samuel Marlon Samuels, Bravo, Pollard, Russell, Narain, Suleiman Ben, you know, Ravi Rampal, Jerome Taylor. I had a good team. But yeah, that era that I captained, I mean, West Indies was a real dominant force. If you look at the T20 leagues being played around the world, we were dominating our players, and yeah, we had the caliber of players that that could win tournaments, and we did win. Our game is about hitting sixes, you know, and in the nets we always practice last 6 balls. When the coach says time, we always shout out 6 balls, 15 runs. So it wasn't far off, and you know, we knew what Carlos was capable of doing, and it was important that the first ball of that last over, you know, went for 6, which it did. Never did I thought the next 3 would disappear as well, but it was a great final, you know. Kudos to Carlos. We'll always remember his name. I've enjoyed it. Transitioning from a player to a coach, you know, coaching is not something I envision myself doing, you know, but, you know, in life, you never know what is thrown at you. It's a job I've embraced. I've grown in the role, and, you know, I look forward waking up in the morning to doing my job and trying to have a greater impact on West Indies cricket. So I've enjoyed the transition. I think I'm a little bit of both. You know, it's good when you're well prepared with the data, which I always check out with my analyst Avinash in the West Indies team, or whether I'm coaching franchise cricket. I respect the work of the analyst, the data he collects that makes the planning much easier, and also sometimes, you know, the instinctive nature of leadership. You can't count that out. So I would think I'm a lot of both. My role model it has always been my parents. They were my first heroes, but now my mom is always going to be my ultimate role model, Miss Clara. As I always put all on my social media, Clara's boy. She's an amazing woman, you know. But if you're looking at sporting heroes, I'm a big fan of LeBron James. What he's been able to achieve from the position he started in life to where he is now is an amazing story. It's one that I look up to. But yeah, when it comes to leadership, Nelson Mandela, you know, these are guys I admire, yeah. My life outside cricket is quite simple, you know. Now I play a lot of golf, which is my therapy actually. My peace of mind when I'm at my calmest, no matter what I'm going through, I'm on the golf course. It gives me my calm and my peace and quiet. So obviously I'm a big family guy. My kids are growing nicely, and I get to spend more time with them. And I have my foundation, the Darren Sammy Foundation, which gives back to underprivileged kids in St. Lucia. So a lot is happening. Keeps me busy, but my sanity is with my kids and on the golf course.
Yeah, he's a really jovial character to be around. These kids are from Springfield School and are enjoying their day out in the county ground, Spring Lane School, and hopefully they have a great day. Australia, who will bat first unchanged in I think the last 4 games, led by Brett Lee, exceptional at the top with Finch, Marsh and Dunk, and the bowling of Coulton Isle, Siddle and Lachlan plus Brett Lee. That's why they're nearing the top, and they'll look to try and overtake Pakistan with a win today against the West Indies. West Indies with Darren Sammy well, they rely a lot on that top order as well, with Smith and Walton and Edwards. You'd expect maybe Chris Gale to come in as an impact player, and Nurse and Emirates, who is back in as the all-rounder. Taylor and Edwards, who is back today. Has been just a little bit of rain falling, but I think it looks like it's okay. It's a little bit breezier today, Niall O'Brien, so I expect the weather to stay nice all day.
Yeah, there were some very, very dark clouds hanging over the dressing rooms not so long ago, but thankfully they've blown away. The forecast is quite good today. I think yesterday we got very lucky to get 2 full games of cricket in. Today, hopefully the same, because 2 very, very important games of cricket to decide who ends up where.
So West Indies are due to come out, as in Australia. Let's hear from another West Indian, Tino Best, caught up with us a little bit earlier.
I've got the Barbados Express alongside me, looking mean and nasty this morning. Tino, good morning, great to see you.
Hey, good morning, how are you doing?
Doing very well. Now listen, fast, faster, faster. That's how you operate. Is that going to be the case today?
No, man, I'm in any cricket I play, I'm always going to run in and give it my all. Cricket is not the forefront of my life anymore. It's more strength and conditioning. That's my main emphasis in life now. But when the opportunity arises to play in these little leagues, I always try to run in and bowl as quickly as I can. But not as quick as I used to be, but I'm still enjoying it.
You're still very quick. So tell me about that strength and conditioning in Barbados. That's a full-time role for you, looking after athletes or just general people in the public?
Yeah, a bit of both. I got 4 professional cricketers. Roston Chase is one of my clients as well. Been doing work with him in the last 2 years. I also run St. Lucia Kings for the last 5 years. So it's something that I've been doing my degree. Got 1 more year on my degree, then into my master's. So it's something very serious. Back in Barbados, I train 22 people. So my clients, they don't like to say people, they're athletes. So I train 22 athletes, and I really love it, man.
Now, on your boots, we won't be able to see this in this interview, but we might catch it up later on in the field. It says 97 mph. Talk us through that.
Oh no, that's something. Every athlete, writes stuff on his shoes. When I was a lot younger, playing for Yorkshire, that was my quickest ball recorded. And I just like to try to get near it, but I don't think I can get near it anymore. But it's just a little, fast bowlers, we have a little ego about how quick we can bowl. Obviously, in these tournaments, the rules set in, you can't really express yourself as you would like to. And someone like myself, I'm one of those fast bowlers who look to use their full arsenal. You can't really use your full arsenal. You got to play average, cool, calm cricket. You got to pitch up every ball. So it's kind of disappointing, but yeah, it's just entertainment, man.
97 mile an hour, the fastest ball, 95 with the bat in a test match at Esmond. Tino, wonderful as always. Keep entertaining us and good luck today.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers, fellas.
I think that's Darren Sammy's daughter just getting I reckon that's a hot chocolate. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? A little bit of cream on top, a couple of pastries. By the way, Niall O'Brien, Wellingborough Golf Club, well, thank you for sorting that out. And the lady at the 9th, the cakes that lady has cooked was absolutely, I think I had 2 scones. Dooley had a Rocky Road. Wakar had some apple turnover. Oh my goodness me. So thank you for sorting that out, and thank you, Wellingborough Golf Club. Amazing. Right, we're just to let everybody know at home, the reason why we were slightly delayed, it should have started at 12:30. The teams have been coming down from Birmingham. There was an accident on the motorway, whether that was the M1 or M6, but they were slightly delayed, and hence why we are delayed by round about 15 minutes. We saw Jimmy Anderson's daughters ringing the bell down at Lord's. Richard Saldana, who is the director of ITW.
Nathan Coulter-Nile. Bell,
nice moment for Jimmy Anderson down at Lord's with his daughters ringing the bell for his final test match. what I'm hearing, that Jimmy has got a wicket as well. So he's only 7 now behind Shane Warne.
36 Tino Best.
Brett Lee then, who lost the toss, and his team will bat first here at Northampton. And what a pitch to bat on here. A lot from Finch, we've seen that. Can he go back to top of the table with runs scored?
75 Jerome Taylor. And wearing 20 Fidel.
Ben Dunk will bat at number 3.
Our umpires are Heather Vernon, our scorers rather are Heather
We're just waiting for the West Indies as well, who will bowl first. We saw early on yesterday, Niall, that the seam has just got a little bit of swing and seam. I listened to your toss, and Brett Lee said that the grass isn't as much as it was the other couple of days. Will it still do a bit?
Yeah, the ground staff have given the pitch a little bit of a haircut, so there's less live green grass. There's still enough to work with, Corky. Should be a bit of swing with that strong breeze as well, especially for someone like Brett Lee, if he can utilise that breeze. But 18 wickets have gone to pace, 7 have gone to spin. So if you're a spinner, look away now. If you're a seamer, if you utilise what you've got, there's plenty in your armoury. Over 1,200 runs scored in 3 games, so it's a batting paradise, truth be told.
It's game 14 of the Ease My
Two
Trip
teams are
World
just
Championship
ready
of
to
Legends.
walk out
Would you
and
please
take their
welcome to the field
positions for the
Australia
anthems,
champions and West Indies champions.
led by the 2 captains, Darren Sammy and Brett Lee, Guard of Honour. Delapre School is the Guard of Honour from. So teams are set in their position with the umpires. Right, let's listen to the anthems.
Ahead of the match start, for those who are able, would you please stand for the anthems?
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
No noble thoughts brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast. A sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the west. West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forevermore.
So the anthems are completed and both sides ready. Australia win this, they go top of the table. Australia will bat first and are unchanged. It's a really experienced top order in Finch, Marsh and Dunk. They'll be up against the likes of Fidel Edwards, Jerome Taylor, Tino Best, Rayed Emrit and Ashley Nurse. Chris Gale will probably be the impact player for when they bat, and I'm sure he'll hope that he goes a little bit better today than he did yesterday. Pitch has been excellent here at the county ground in Northampton, as are these two on screen now. Marsh, the left-hander, Finch, the right-hander. Going to be under a bit of pressure, Niall, these West Indian bowlers early on.
Yeah, Finch and Marsh have complemented each other very well so far. Always a big fan of a left-hand, right-hand combination up front. Especially in white ball cricket, I feel like you just get a couple of freebies early on, potentially as a bowler tries to settle into a groove. Marsh particularly strong on the short ball, which he should get plenty of use here because there's a nice bit of bounce and pace in the surface. And Finch missed out the first game here in Northampton, but generally at Edgbaston was exceptional. Playing very well through the offside, not afraid of coming down the surface or backing away to leg. Now Jerome Taylor is one operator who should enjoy this surface. Just ask him to hit that 6 metre mark in and around the off stump and extract a little bit of movement either in the air or off the surface. One slip in play, so not over attacking from Darren Sammy, but a big game here. West Indies, a win will guarantee them a spot in the semi-finals. Australia have already qualified for the semi-finals, so they're just trying to ensure they get one of those top two. First will play fourth and second will play third.
Team's all set then, and we're going to just start slightly early, which is great news. Good interview from Darren Sammy, and we're all set to go. Final day of qualifying in this inaugural Ease My Trip World Championship of Legends tournament. Which teams will be through to the semi-final? Well, here is the first delivery. Nice start, not too much swing there. We saw swing yesterday from Jerome Taylor, not too much with that first delivery.
Well, he's bowling into the breeze, Corky, so I actually felt he may have bowled the pavilion end, the David Capel end, Jerome Taylor, because that wind is just coming down breeze, but he's going to bowl into that strong breeze, so be surprised if there's any great swing here for Jerome Taylor.
Just that little bit of swing, but from two straight. And that is the first runs for Australia.
Yeah, just a little bit of shape. Marshall feel he maybe missed out there because fine leg is inside the ring. A little tickle on that would have been the first boundary for Australia.
A little bit of movement back in again, but there is a deep mid-wicket in place.
Casper Viljoen on his debut today. First time we've seen Casper. Originally from Potchefstroom, but now lives in Bromley, Kent. And Bilal Shafayat, the former Nottinghamshire batter, in the middle. Steve O'Shaughnessy is the third umpire. Great character, Shawnee, as he's known in the industry. Always got a smile on his face and likes to umpire a competitive game in the middle. Shawnee, there he is. Close it up. He's got a nice brew on there, a nice cup of tea, I'd say, on there, Corky.
He's got to concentrate, hasn't he? Third umpire. The referee next to him as well, so he's got to be on good behaviour. David Jukes.
That'll be a first for Shawnee, on good behaviour. Only kidding you, my friend.
Yeah, the sun is out. We haven't seen that too much recently. In the UK, never mind here. A little bit wider of the crease. He's trying to look for that swing and he's just left it down there. So a couple of wides already in this first over.
Just with your bowling hat on, Corky, just looking at this surface, and as a bowler, you've seen 3 games on it, and you're turning up today as a fast bowler. What would your plans be? Because there's very little margin for error.
Well, you've still got to look to hit that top of that off stump. Excuse me. The bail is what's the bail height is what you're looking at, and so you're trying to look to hit the top of the off bail by producing either a little bit of angle from the crease, or if you're getting a little bit of swing as well. The length is important on here. If he comes down and does that, that's fine, but that length was perfect. And then you go from there. If it swings from there first on, you've got to give yourself an option that if it swings from there, then you can alter your line a little bit, but it doesn't look like there's too much swing.
Well, that wouldn't have been far away from the top of the off stump. So if you're Jerome Taylor, that's a win in your book, because Aaron Finch has tried to do something that's going to be fraught with danger. So Jerome Taylor should, in Europe, just stay there, hang there.
Or just stay there until somebody hits you. Excuse me, my throat. Until somebody hits you off your length. That's exactly what you should look to do.
That's one of your apple turnover stuck in there.
It is. I didn't have apple turnover. I had a couple of scones with cream and strawberries. They were beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And the rocky road that Dooley had. Wow. Oh, brilliant fielding. Left hand. Kirk Edwards stops a 4.
Great support from Kirk Edwards. Just watch him trust the left paw out at it. At backward point, and he's 4 to 5 yards inside that 30-yard circle. So that ball came quickly. Already there's a really good standard here being set in this contest. The last day of the group stage. Still everything to play for. All 6 sides in with a shout. Pulled away for a boundary. First boundary of this last day of qualification. Just to remind you that England have been knocked out yesterday. We know that Pakistan and Australia are qualified. Who will be at the top? Well, it's also important because the top will play 4th and 2nd will play 3rd. There's still all to play for 3 teams. West Indies, Australia, South Africa, 4 teams, and India. That's okay. That is okay. Expensive first over. Australia 10 without loss.
That is the standings so far. So Australia win today. They will go above Pakistan and then play whoever comes number 4. And West Indies, well, they can cement their place in the semi-finals with a win against Australia. And South Africa take on India. They need a big win, a huge win against India to even get themselves into the top 4. But after yesterday's performance, South Africa, they'll think they've got a good chance. Fidel Edwards then. Little inside edge. So just to go through these scenarios once again. It's a long read. West Indies will qualify if they beat Australia. India will qualify if they beat South Africa. Well, South Africa, after that big win yesterday, they'll need another big win today. And to qualify, they have to beat India by 60 or more runs, or say if India got to 200, South Africa would have to reach that within 15 overs. And if Australia beat the West Indies in this game, then India, South Africa and the West Indies will battle it out for 2 semi-final spots. So it may come down to net run rate. Nick, straight the way through. Walton looks at Sammy, Sammy looks at Walton. They both throw their hands in the air. And Marsh gets his first boundary.
Keeper's catch. It would have been a great catch because it was a long way. Have a look how far away from Chadwick Walton it is. It's keeper's catch all day long. You've got to go for that. It would have been a fingertip job, I'm sure of it. But not to even make an attempt. No momentum was going towards the line of the ball from Chadwick Walton. And the worst possible result, the ball through keeper and first slip, and both watching.
And it always happens after a nick. As a bowler, you're trying to forget it. It doesn't always happen. I was going to say it always happens. There's a boundary after that as well. But you're right. And I think you'll know it better than me. If you've got a slip wide, you just try and cover it and go for everything.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe Chadwick Walton started a little bit straight. And but what I mean by that is started a little bit close to the off stump. You think maybe, I'm just trying to catch his eye line here, trying to get his line here. The angle of the ball, to have a look. Like, that's a genuine outside edge that your momentum should take you towards that ball. Nicely played from Marsh, nicely negotiated, good pace and bounce. Now this is just a simple angle across. Have a look at that right foot. Yeah, the right foot took a step in. His right foot, Chadwick Walton, took a little step to his right, which totally threw off his center of gravity, which meant it was impossible to go back to the left. So actually, he started a bit wide and was dragged back to his right-hand side. That's where the error was from Chadwick Walton. Fairly routine catch. Any keeper worth his salt will probably gobble that up every day of the week.
Yeah, and I can see Darren Sammy saying, well, you put me here. And you're right, you know that his weight, and that's what it is. When that right foot goes in, always weights on his right side, and then you can't come back. It's impossible.
Yeah, and as a wicketkeeper, you have to know your limitations as well. How much ground can I potentially cover? Long way back, you know. Darren Sammy has said, all right, I'm out. You've had one nick. I'm not backing you to get another nick.
Did you hear what Sammy said? He said, Chadwick, there's no first slip now. Sammy, you're a beauty. Absolute beauty you are. Great to hear from. He said about his golf, and he relaxes at golf. I've never seen him relax on a golf course. He's the most stressed out you've ever got him, especially when there's water. Beautiful shot. Full and straight, got his hands through it. 2 gone, 19 without loss. Another good start for Australia, who were put into bat by Darren Sammy, West Indies, and they're off and running.
Darren Sammy late to the toss. He couldn't find his jersey.
Well, he hasn't got his cap either. He keeps wearing his golfing cap.
I think the West Indies caps got held in customs. I'm led to believe they're wearing a right consortium of headwear out there.
Well, he's back in at slip. There he is. Yep, that's your golf cap. And it's Tino Best who replaces Jerome Taylor. Oh, chipped. He's got an early wicket. Tino Best. It's a good catch by Ashley Nurse. And Finch has gone cheaply.
Well, Tino Best has had 4 catches dropped off him in this tournament, mostly by his fellow Bajans. This time, Ashley Nurse hangs on. A little bit early on it, Aaron Finch, new bowler into the attack, and Ashley Nurse just about gets around to his right. He's always been a sound catcher, whether it's slip or in the outfield, Ashley Nurse. Finch, another failure here in Northampton, 19 for 1.
Going into bat for Australia champions, number 51, Ben Dunk.
Ben Dunk then, in at 3. Strike rate of just under 130. Tino Best with his first deliveries. He's been a little bit unlucky at times with drop catches and misfields. Ashley Nurse right on the edge, takes quite a simple catch in the end and he's happy. Spoke to you a little bit earlier, Niall, didn't he?
Yeah, he was in good form actually. He's enjoying himself. He's not happy that he can't bowl bouncers. He made that abundantly clear. Good start though. You get a wicket with your first ball, your confidence, your tail's up, and he's got slip in playing out to Ben Dunk.
Well, that's a nice shot. Nice looking shot, that. Just real good timing. His weight. What a way to get off the mark.
As a left-hander, this is exactly what you want. First up, on a good surface, a little bit of width. Third is inside the ring, and Kirk Edwards, the sweeper, is bang on point. So Ben Dunk just lets the ball ride off the face of the bat. Ben Dunk, I always feel like you have to be full early on. You must bowl full to Ben Dunk. Try and entice the drive because he's a good player. Square the wicket.
A little nick, I don't know what the noise was, but it certainly wasn't bat. Definite noise there. Whether that was just a little nick or just the bat. Something there, isn't there? Oh, that's a shot. That is a serious cricket shot. Little bit aerial. Second boundary in the over for Dunk.
That's a beauty. Have a look how straight this blade is that Ben Dunk presents. Everything working nicely here for Ben Dunk. A little back and across in his trigger movement, and then the weight transfer down the ground, right back towards where the ball has come from. A sensational shot, that.
still kept the same field. It was just a little bit over pitch from Tino Best. Two fielders just behind there. Not sure if you heard Tino just be shouting there. He has to get himself psyched up and ready and keeps running in.
Well, Darren Sammy has come out of slip. Going to catch in at mid-wicket, so maybe a little bit straighter here from Tino Best, trying to attack the stumps.
Pulled. It's a really good shot. Picked up the length really quickly. Expensive over, 12 from it, 31 for 1.
Brilliant from Ben Dunk. We mentioned how good he is and how prolific he is on anything short. We've already seen a lovely cut shot for a boundary, and then a really aggressive pull a long way in front of square leg. Shows he's picking up line and length very quickly here, the Australian.
This 31 for 1 then. Finch is the only casualty for Australia in this power play so far. First look at Ashley Nurse then. Spin in the power play. At the moment, no Solomon Ben, and you'd think if they were fielding first, he would have been in the team. Badri as well, he's out. Gale, you'd think, would come in as impact.
Oh, sweet Ash.
Well, I can only imagine Samuel Badri's got a pretty sore shoulder, because he has found rhythm in recent games. Injured his shoulder in March in a tournament in Sri Lanka, Samuel Badri.
Nice.
Good eyes. Sorry.
This one just skidded through and was so close to the stump, maybe even hit the stump.
I think this may have just clipped the outside of the off stump. Oh my word, it's close.
Yeah, poor delivery, needed just hitting away. Marsh gets another boundary.
Poor ball. Sean Marsh is not a sweeper, not a natural sweeper. He likes pulling the ball off spin, and that's exactly where he wants it. It'll take a little bit of pace off to Sean Marsh and drag him outside the line of the off stump. Make him try and hit through extra cover against the off spinner.
It's a better line, that. Even though it's a little bit short, it's a better line, because danger for Nurse is if he gives the left-handers any room outside off stump, they're going to hit it over the infield, and anything short, they're going to try and pull it. Hence why Dunk is giving himself a little bit of room, a misfield. And this will run away to finish the over with a boundary. 40 for 1.
That's how you ball far, brother. What time of game on him? They point now.
Good start again for Australia. I keep saying that throughout this competition. 4 bowlers so far, and he's gone back to Jerome Taylor, so he's trying to just mix it up a little bit here, Darren Sammy. No Dirk Nannes, we saw him in the first game. At the moment, he's not in the 11, but remember, he could be added as an impact player if Australia decide to bring him in. Taking his time a little bit, Darren Sammy, just to get his field right.
I just wonder, will Jerome Taylor contemplate coming round the wicket to Marsh? Sean Marsh loves a bit of width, loves getting his arms and hands through the line of the ball, and with the ball not swinging, it opens up that opportunity for Sean Marsh.
Pulled away, slower delivery. Great to see the scoop back. That's back. I think Davy Gow was the one with the scoop and double scoop and those twin scoops.
Yeah, so Greg Chappell was doing a post for social media in Australia. He was talking about the scoop and how it's coming back for the Australian summer. So obviously a deliberate ploy to go back in the ages.
Oh, he's got all of that. He has got all of that. First Ease My Trip 6.
Deep in the crease here, Ben Dunk.
I think it's gone into... Is there a bowling club over there? Is it flat or crown green bowling? Used to be
a bowling club. Now it's the outdoor nets. That's the... about 6 or 7 grass nets over there. Used to be the bowling club.
I can't believe they got rid of that bowling club. Used to love going over there.
There's a gymnasium in there, S&C quarters.
I think it was flat green, wasn't it? Because you can have crown green, which I like a bit of crown green. Bit tricky with the thumb and finger bias when you're using it on your yeah, when you got your little finger and thumb bias on your bowls. Oh, it's on its way. Wowzers. Hurry up, mate. We're starving. And I tell you what we did have yesterday, them tandoori kebabs. I can't wait for later. Oh. Slower delivery. Decent delivery, that, because he wasn't expecting that. What a day. What would you rather do? Sit in class all day or come and watch a bit of cricket?
Have a look at Ben Dunk's right foot. Beautiful footwork. Gets deep in the crease and then's nice and set and plants that front foot, and then that swivel pull. Nice trigger. Most important, still on impact.
Oh, that's still on impact as well. That is a classic Sean Marsh shot. Overpitched. Lovely use of the hands. Lovely timing.
Yeah, 50 comes up as well. It's a long half volley. It's a hit me ball, really. Marsh is in such good touch. Good to see the youth coming through the turnstiles. A very proud sporting town. Northampton Town, the Cobblers and the Saints, who recently won the cup at Twickenham. Another half volley Sean Marsh misses out. Good hands from Ashley Nurse at mid-off. 5 done. Excellent from Australia. 52 for 1.
Time overs down, 15 to go. Australia champions of 52 for 1.
$52 for 1. The kids are enjoying themselves. I think it's a wonderful idea that you got some of the kids to come and watch the legends play. Some of these kids watching the likes of Sean Marsh, Ben Dunk, play some cricket, and that's how you start your dream as well. It's a great start by the Australia champions, 52 for 1. This is the last over of the power play. As I welcome Waqar Yunus. Afternoon, Waqar bhai.
Good afternoon. Once again, Australia on target. The top 3 batters are in such a good form. Finchie missing out today, but these two are very suave early in the piece. Are forcing their pacers to bowl the slow delivery because this pitch has become seriously flat, little edgy, but nicely guided at the end. He opened the face right at the end. 27 of 9. The average score, Nikhil, on this ground has been every over you have to get 10.3. So they are on money. They're on target. They're actually ahead of the target. And seeing how West Indies batted in the previous match, Australia be thinking they need maybe extra 15-20.
Even yesterday against the Pakistan champions, how South Africa went about business. Pick the length. Big gap on the onside, and Ben Dunk also getting another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries.
Bowling is already tough for the pacers in T20 cricket, and when someone is in this sort of form who can hit you off the length, it becomes tougher. Then you don't really know which way to go. First 2 deliveries, 8 off them, and Ben Dunk has made up his mind. He's not really gonna block anything. More issues, more problems, more headache for Darren Sammy, scratching his head, not sure what exactly needs to be done on the surface. This pitch has become really flat. It's a road now.
One of those cemented tracks. As young kids, we used to wet the tennis ball and ask somebody to do a couple of throwdowns, and you can just hit through the line. Now, those are 4 extra buys there on that occasion. Proud owners of the Australia champions, Mr. Puneet Singh. On his right, Amardeep, he's the CEO. Everybody enjoying themselves here at Northamptonshire, as the batsmen are enjoying that time out on the surfaces as well. Yeah, we saw that yesterday. 210 being chased out with 9 deliveries left, 9 wickets in hand. Reinforcements for the South Africa champions. Sneeman and Irvier. So you're right about that, Waqar bhai. This is absolutely as flat as it possibly gets. The margin of error is so minuscule. If as a bowler, if you miss your target, then runs, and minimum 4 of them.
It's the 4th game on this surface. First day, I thought the ground staff left a little bit of moisture, although it's been overcast most of the time. This pitch is very dry now. And it's not really helping the spinners even. Darren Sammy just want to get over this power play and put his fielders back on the boundary, so it'd be a little bit of breather for the bowlers.
It's the last ball of the power play. Well, hopefully they've already got 13. Fidel Edwards would want to close it out without conceding a boundary. Deep mid-wicket in place, should come around. And we'll get 2. Sean Marsh, that's the end of the power play, 67 for 1.
End of the power play. Australia champions are 67 for 1.
$67 for 1, that's the end of the power play. Waqar, consistently, the Australian side has batted really well right through in the power play. If I remember correctly, they've lost 1 wicket or maximum 2 wickets in the power play. Maybe once they lost 2 wickets. Otherwise, they've been able to give that sort of platform for the middle order to go out there and express themselves. And with Sean Marsh finding form, as well as Ben Dunk and Finch earlier on, looking at different side now. Once they've got the rhythm going. Peter Sill coming back, coming and bowling as well. Yeah, and you need good bowlers on this surface as well. Just through the line and flat, and we'll take that. Ease my trip 6.
That was a half tracker. It was just there to be hit. No real pace on it. This ball has taken some ponding. 11 fours and 2 sixes. It was floated up and it right in the arc of Ben Dunk, who's been very, very harsh and hard to these West Indian bowlers. Big surprise for me was this man not playing, Samuel Badri. Throughout this tournament, he was the man who takes a new ball and bowl those. Another one. We won't be able to stop. This outfield is also quick, and with the sun coming out, it's going to get better and better.
Well, the kids are enjoying every moment of this game as well. And Puneet Singh also enjoying how Team Australia has been finding their rhythm right from game 1. Have a look at that boundary. One deep in the crease, picked a spot on the onside. Ryan Emmerich, the first 2 deliveries starting a spell, gets dispatched for 10 runs. Very quickly he's realized how good a surface this is.
Yep, you're right, umpire. That's a no ball. You have to really pitch the ball on the pitch, on the surface. That was off the pitch, so no, it's not wide. It's a no ball and free hit. It's been oh dear, never seen anything like this in T20 cricket. That's double wide. It should be called wide and no ball.
Well, that free hit stays. This time around, it's the wide. It's a tough option going around the wicket to the left-hander and try and bowl that wide outside the off-stump Yorker. But with the kind of action that Ryan Emmerich has.
I think what he's trying to do is going around the wicket and trying to take the ball away from the left-hander. The ball did swing, but if you ask him to bowl from the stumps or get closer to the batsman, he's also worried that he's going to get hit like that. That is flat. and it's almost gone all the way with just one bounce, maybe a foot or two inside that rope. Such a easy technique. Modern day batters, they just go back a little bit and then they wait. They just sit back and wait. And when you're playing on this sort of pitch, this sort of surface, you can just free your arms and just swing it however you want and wherever you want. 16 of 3 deliveries, a couple of wides in there. Back to over.
Has he edged that? Ryan Emmerich was appealing. Now, what are the two sounds? We heard the first sound where the bat hit the ground. Was there another sound?
Oh, it might be off the face of the bat. I think it just... Oh, it hit the bat, hit in the ground, made a big noise, but not sure if the ball has kind of slides off the face of the blade. Not called wide. It was pretty far away from the left-hander, who's in great form. 17 deliveries he has faced, 46. Better field position for especially to Ben Dunk. If you're looking to go across to him, you've got to have a deep point and deep cover and ask him to hit in the air. You've got to get rid of him. If he stays out there for too long, it's going to cause a lot of issues for the West Indians.
Catch it, couple of fumbles, and then Kirk Edwards there, not making a mistake. He had a couple of fumbles and then had it in control.
That's what I meant when I said this is a better field position, because he had deep point and deep cover, and he did go across and asked him to hit over the top. This was a difficult shot to go over the top. He couldn't get the elevation he was looking for. This wicket will ease some pressure off West Indies because runs were coming thick and fast. Sean Marsh, who didn't get much of a strike in the last over or so, gone now. 84 for 2.
And coming into bat for Australia champions number 12, Callum Ferguson.
.84 for 2 of just 7 overs. 65-run partnership been broken. Callum Ferguson, the new man in. More than 3,200 runs in his T20 career and healthy strike rate, 124. Best of 113 not out. That's the platform that you want when you come out to bat. Bowlers under the pump, under pressure. The kind of partnership we saw between Ben Dunk and Sean Marsh. Ben Dunk has looked really good. 47 from 18, strike rate of 261.
Well, the question here now is how Ben Dunk is gonna play after losing his partner. Yeah, little careful, little watchful. I think he will it'll be little easier next couple of days. This was wide outside the off stump, bat sort of spinning his hand. He couldn't really get the height, the elevation he was looking for. A little juggle, but at the end grasped it quite nicely. Ferguson is also in a decent form. So the top 4, the Australians, they're just in such a good form that it is not easy to bowl at them at this stage.
Jason Mohammed, at least with that sort of pace, you know for sure that he's not giving anything to the batsman to work with. Unless you use your feet, get the momentum and then look to go big. It'll be tough to just stay where you are and try and create that sort of pressure. One step and one bounce as well into the fence, and the fastest 50 in the tournament of just 20 deliveries, 52 not out, strike rate of 260, and he just beat Aaron Finch's innings at 21 ball 50, so is the fastest 50 by another Australian champion.
And he's still out there. Straight to the man. If the ball goes straight to the man, that's the only way they can stop the run flow. Otherwise, the way he's batting right now, little left to right of the fielder, have no chance with this little bit warmer weather and the ground getting quicker and quicker. I thought they might sneak in a quiet over here, but not to be. 8 already. Yes, they picked up a wicket in the previous over, but they need a couple of quiet overs, West Indies.
Off the back foot and really, really big. Is my trip 6 to finish the 8th over.
Might be little early to say, but he's on his way to get that magical 3-figure. 59 of 22, and the way he's batting, I mean, he might be breaking the other record also of getting quickest 100 here. 105 we saw last night from Irvi. Batted beautifully of what, 57 deliveries. If Ben Dunk stays there, he's going to break that record by a decent margin, because 59 of 22, that's ridiculous.
Well, he just hit 3 sixes in that, and the 9 boundaries. Just the 5 dot balls as well. You could see the backlift go higher on that occasion. Callum Ferguson also, if he gets in the slot at this stage, you got that sort of platform to just go out there and be at your explosive best. What, Tino Best? No, Jason Mohammed there. Just dipped on him.
Yeah, good effort in the outfield, because he was flat and he didn't have the elevation. Jason Mohammed had to really run in, and I think the first couple of steps were just to judge the line of the ball, which height it was coming. It was coming so quickly. I think he did a wonderful job, Jason Mohammed, to stop the boundary.
In the gap, thinking about the second. Happy with what I just feel with Ben Dunk now on strike. Ashley Nurse should realize he would be looking to go big. Have a look at the progression. The second 50 coming in just 21 deliveries. All thanks to Ben Dunk. In the gap, powerfully struck, and will take that boundary. Just about not too far away from long off, but that's just the power of Ben Dunk today.
Ben Dunk, you might be thinking he's looking very serious, no smile on his face, but I tell you, deep down he's enjoying this. He's really having fun. He's toying with the bowlers. He's got no intentions of keeping the ball down. That is magnificent head to finish the 9th. 13 off it. Nelson for 2.
Some big overs there. 71 runs in the last 5 overs, and that's how the previous overs. Last ball was dispatched over deep mid-wicket. The surface is so good, and when you're in that sort of form as a batsman, it gets tough for the bowlers. Darren Sammy, 160 wickets in his T20 career. He's a street-smart cricketer. And there you have Darren Sammy's daughter recording Daddy's bowling action.
Not much choice left from Darren Sammy. Normally, nowadays we hardly seen him bowl. So him coming to bowl means not many options left. He's got to break this partnership somehow. No chance. No chance. That is massive. He's dealing in sixes, this man, Ben Dunk.
That's another ease my trip 6. Well, Darren Sammy was probably looking to do the right thing, take some pace off and try and keep it away from that hitting zone, but it got too close to Ben Dunk. Just the extension of the arms. And got another 6, and this one off the back foot as well. It's back-to-back sixes. It's raining sixes. Another ease my trip 6.
Pies. Lovely pies out there. Darren Sammy, I think, in the first 3 deliveries, he had enough. 2 big sixes, massive sixes. Got to get him out, West Indies. Otherwise, it'll be the game will go too far away from them. 82 of 27, Ben Dunk. Oh, boring.
Talk about pies. We were looking for some pies early in the morning for breakfast as well at the golf course. Yep. He's enjoying his late brunch, let's say. $15 from the 5 deliveries. Got on to 83. Shahid Afridi's fastest 100 was what, 38?
I think 37 deliveries, yeah. I was there, it was just amazing. What's wrong with Ben Dunk? Time for drinks, and I think West Indies deserve a bit of juice, bit of drink, bit of tea. It's a bit cold, and also make strategy.
Huge thanks to our title sponsor, Ease My Trip, to our platinum partner, 96.com, and our associate sponsors, Meteor Developer and NG Life. Thanks Thanks also to our venue partner, Northlands Cricket, and UCB. Thank you for your support of the World Championship of Legends.
Everybody get ready with your cards. Pause. No, when you hold them up, you have to go, hooray! You should do it. Ready, ready? Yeah. Pause. Sixes. Nines. 37s. Okay, next one we're going to do a Mexican way. I'm going to come down as I point you, you have to lift up your cards, but wait till it's your turn. You guys first, ready? Go! That's it, down the line, down the line, down the line, down the line! Back again the other way, ready?
Go! 127 for 2. Ben Dunk 84 from 29. And Ben Dunk has been simply brilliant. Timing, placement, and at times brute force. The Australian left-hander. A little bit of help on the odd occasion from the fielders, but 84 not out from 29. We saw 100 last night from Cyril Hervé from South Africa. And Ben Dunk trying to hunt down the fastest of the tournament so far. Niall O'Brien alongside.
Yes, going nicely. Australia and Ben Dunk, who's still pretty young in terms of this tournament. Very powerful, a lovely clean strike of the ball. You saw that in that montage. Well, he hits through the line of the ball. Doesn't get too inventive, just stands and backs his ability, backs his hand-eye coordination. Jason Mohammed to continue his little off breaks.
He's got it so poorly, it's not going to go anywhere near the fielder. Haven't seen him mistime one for a while.
See how Callum Ferguson plays this situation. He's been happy just to give Dunk the strike, 6 from 7. I think Callum Ferguson can be aggressive here. Australia is so well placed. I think he could do better than just rotate and give Ben Dunk strike, as well as Ben Dunk is playing. Short-ish boundary leg side.
Push for 2 this time.
No, mate, no.
And the answer is no.
Back up, Sammy.
I can understand a player, when you look at Ben Dunk playing so well, it's an easy option just to rotate, give back. But Australia are in a position now they can back the West Indies nearly out of the game. 129 for 2, if both can really go. Plenty still in the hutch as well.
Well, this time, no, just short of Jerome Taylor. That's 2 in a row he's plinked.
I said to you off air, it sounds like he's got a great bat, and since we've come on air, it sounds like he's got an awful bat.
He can't quite believe it, I don't think. 1 too long on, 1 too long off. Neither timed well at all. That should be out. That wasn't timed and just chipped straight back to Jason Mohammed. Picks up the wicket of Callum Ferguson.
Well, exactly as I was talking about, the mentality from Ferguson is just to give strike back to Ben Dunk, and in the end it's a very, very soft dismissal. Instead of thinking boundaries, if Callum Ferguson is thinking, I'm going to try and hit this ball for 4 or 6, he would not chip it back. It's a soft dismissal from Callum Ferguson. He goes for 7 from 9, 130 for 3.
for Australia, number 54, Dan Christian.
Round two. Middle. That is middle. Heavy. Two to come. Gas.
Dan Christian is the new batter. Mohammed's in the middle of a very tidy over. Just a 3 and a wicket. Powerful striker, Dan Christian. That's very good from Jason Mohammed. Good for the West Indies, 130 for 3.
Well done, Shadow. Last move. Stay out there. You could catch one, Bobski, you could catch. Last move, just do down there. Do that. Somebody go out deep. Hey, long on. Be there, long on. Come on, here, boys.
Yeah, you're spot on, Niall, about just Callum Ferguson's mindset. He spent the whole 8 deliveries that he faced just trying to work ones instead of actually being proactive. And trying to score from both ends rather than just one end. Ends up just chipping a very innocuous delivery back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think at T20 you always got to think 4 or 6 and then work back from there.
Well, that's all that Ben Dunk is dealing in now. It's an unbelievably good strike.
Ashley.
What a wonderful hit this is. Look how far in front of square. Gives the sweeper no chance. Clears that front leg, Ben Dunk. Flays it, a little bit like Alan Border back in the day. Clear that front leg, AB.
Oh, it's gone fine enough for 4 more. Just one hit away now, Ben Dunk.
Excellent from Dunk. Because I don't think anyone in the ground anticipated or thought he was looking for the reverse sweep, because it's all been power so far. 94 off 33. Unbelievable.
Wait.
Goes down the ground, and that is a simply magnificent century for Ben Dunk of Australia. 34 deliveries only. We saw 100 last night. And well played, Ben Dunk, this afternoon to get proceedings underway.
Oh, wonderful from Ben Dunk. Sensational hitting, and fitting that he hits it with a beautiful 6 down the ground. Gorgeous footwork, lovely timing, doesn't try to overhit it. Top tier binger. I wonder, Dooley, did he even realise he was on 94? Because it was a delayed celebration from the southpaw.
I've never met a batter who didn't know what he was on. Oh, just superb striking. It really has been. In a couple of deliveries in the last Jason Mohammed over, missed time, but they were few and far between. When you look at that, 7 sixes. Great use of the feet. Free flowing swing of the bat. Yeah, you're right, look at him. This time might be out. This time should be taken. Get in, get in. and takes it comfortably. Rayad Emirates down there at long on, and the end of a wonderful innings from Ben Dunk.
Fine knock. Trying to go over cow corner. Toe of the bat, really. Actually gets a little bit too close to the ball. It's a good catch in the end. I thought Rayad Emirates maybe didn't quite pick up the flights of the ball. Yeah, he said I didn't see it. Brilliant from Ben Dunk. Marvellous. Second 102 days, and that was scintillating off just 35 balls. 144 for 4. Well played, Ben Dunk.
Coming into bat, Australia champions number 31, Ben Cutting.
Please, mate. That's middle. Thank you. There's 2 balls to come.
144 for 4, Ben Cutting. Replaces Ben Dunk. Dismissed after reaching his century.
Yeah.
Powerful, tall figure of Ben Cutting.
I tell you honestly, this guy somewhere playing some cricket. It's a return.
Shame it had to last. It couldn't last really, Ben Dunk. 100 off. 34 balls. Would have liked another 2 or 3 hours of that, but that's a great knock. Brett Lee, skipper, chuffed to bits. Aaron Finch, they're a good unit, this Australian side.
Downtown and too far for the man down at long on. 6 to finish the over. Expensive one, but a wicket in it. 151 for 4. Well, they've been superb, have the Australian champions. Just that Jason Mohammed over, the only one going for less than 9 in the innings so far. Be less than 8 actually. Oh, edged, fine. Race away, it's a chase for Tino Best, and he can't catch up. He might have done himself a little bit of damage as well. Limped that last little bit.
Yeah, definitely hamstring, I think. Treading water at the back end of this chase. Heard before the game, he's a full-time S&C coach. Well, might need to do a few hamstring stretches tonight. Never going to catch it here at Northampton. It trickles away nicely.
You just saw him put in a few hard yards, and then all of a sudden slowed down quite a lot towards the back end.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hamstrings and calf injuries in this tournament. The mind is willing, but sometimes the body just lagging a little bit behind. Your competitive edge, Julie, wants you to chase after that ball and dive for that ball, and for a moment you think you can catch it. There he is there, absolutely giving it socks, giving it plenty, and then, yeah, hammy. Right hammy, I think.
Just looked like there was some little moment where he felt something. Still on the park though, so no issues at the stage for Tino.
There'll be no respite here, Dooley, because Dan Christian and Ben Cutting added 78 in their game against India. So 2 batters in good touch, and that in just 4 overs at the back end. So 2 very capable hitters.
Down to Taylor at long on, over his head. 6 to finish the over, 164 for 4.
Not quite out of the screws, but enough. Randy played a lot of cricket in this neck of the woods for Nottinghamshire. Played a lot of T20 Blast. Dan Christian held in the highest regard from all at Trent Bridge. 164 for 4 from 13. Australia looking at 250 here.
Dan Christian off to a flyer, been cutting 7 from 5, and one-time all-rounder, of course. Ben Cutting no longer able to bowl, having had back surgery and fused vertebrae in his back, so no longer able to bowl at all. So this is his lot nowadays with the bat. A little edge, and it's gone through the gloves again and down towards the boundary. Fidel Edwards will just haul it back. Be a comfortable 2. Let's go sideline to Mandira Bedi.
I have here with me Mr. Daniel Vernon, head of commercial, Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. The WCL happening at your venue. How excited are you about that?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We're delighted that the WCL decided to come to Northampton. It's been a fantastic first week in Birmingham, and the couple of days here so far have been brilliant.
Well, lots of school kids out here today watching the legends in action. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it's brilliant. We've been able to bring some schools in, some local schools have walked up to the ground and having games during the day. It's been fantastic, and looks like they're having a great time.
Now, a crucial match of India's lined up in just a little bit. How are you feeling about that? Great response as always.
Yeah, fantastic response. India were here on Monday. The crowd was brilliant. The atmosphere was great, and hopefully we have another good crowd tonight and they get right behind the India side.
Yeah, what about your future plans and how to promote WCL here?
Yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully having it back again next year, hey? That would be really, really nice for us, and it's only going to go one way. It's only going to get bigger and better every year, I think.
As long as you keep the weather like this.
It's the first time we've had some sun in a long time, so we'll enjoy it.
Yes, let's all enjoy it. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you.
On 76 for 4 now, courtesy of that maximum. Here's my trip. 6, comfortably put away over backward square leg.
Spoke to Ben Cutting this afternoon. Sounds quite a nasty surgery, the fusion of the spine. You had a few back issues in your career, Dooley. Tell us about that maybe in the next over, but it doesn't sound like a nice bit of needlework. 14 done, not quite yet. 177 for 4.
Well, it's not a good sign when your best bowlers are going at 10s. Edwards and Jason Mohammed. Going back to Tino Best now, so we'll see whether that hamstring and everything is okay for Tino. You talk about back surgeries, Niall, they are no fun. Ben Cutting has to give up the bowling side of things nowadays, which is a real shame for him. Genuine all-rounder for a long time in his career. The old bowlers fast bowlers back, or in my case, the medium pacers back.
Ah, you were sharp enough. You were sharp enough. You're an all-rounder as well. You told me that a couple of years ago live on air.
Cutaway, backward of point on the up. And that'll pick up 4 more. Australian champions flying along here now.
Pace on the ball from Tino Best, but more importantly, I think for Dan Christian, it was the width. Just 4th stump and the bounce that you can trust, maybe even 5th stump. Said every day I'm a pitch reporter, you have to be at the stumps, because as soon as you go outside the stumps, the batter can trust the pace, but more importantly, I think, trust the bounce. So you almost have to attack the stumps.
Like that. How good's the surface been? Last couple of days have been phenomenal.
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 years, they've generally been Northamptonshire, and the staff, the ground staff, have generally been near the top of the awards for white ball cricket. Red ball cricket, not as good for batting, but white ball cricket, all you got to do as a batter is get past the first 2 overs. Even in T20, sometimes you got to take your medicine in those first couple of overs, and then you can cash in. Chris Lynn played here for a couple of seasons, really enjoyed opening the batting here. And the dimensions of the ground, Dooley, it's a slightly unorthodox boundary, because there's little pockets where the ball, if you chip it over extra cover, for example, to the left of the screen here, just there to your top left, there's a little pocket there over towards the bar and the food area, where generally just chip it over cover. If you're batting as a left-hander at the far end, a little flip, and you pick up 4s and 6s, and it's a difficult ground to defend, as we've seen all through the games here so far.
Well, that's through, and through for 4 more. At the moment, Australia might be able to defend something around the 240, 250 mark. If they can't do that, things have gone horribly wrong.
Well, Tino Best trying to bowl full and straight, so he needs to get that sweeper much straighter. At the moment, he's got sweeper on the offside square, so he had a deep point, as if he's going to bowl either a wide Yorker for a squeezed square drive, or else a short ball for a cut. That sweeper needs to be up the other end of those covers, in my opinion, if he's going to bowl full and straight.
Pace off into the surface, just the 1 to finish. 12 from the over, 189 for 4.
That's the second game in this final day of qualifying. India champions up against South Africa champions, match 15. And South Africa still have a chance. Have to win by 60 runs or more. That's one scenario. And if they're chasing 200, they have to knock them off quite quickly. Fidel Edwards then, 3rd over, non for 20 so far. Make that non for 24. But the line completely wrong there. Edwards, these 2 against India on Monday, as in Ben Cutting and Dan Christian, 79 from 31 deliveries. Could be getting about 240 or 250 here, Abby.
It looks like there's been plenty of boundary hitting deliveries from the West Indians, and hence they managed to get 193 in just 15.1 over. But they got to take wickets here to have any chance of coming back into this game.
Oh, he's got all of it. Has he got all of it? Just. Another Ease My Trip 6. It's a full toss. It's a poor start to the over. It's 10 from the first 2 deliveries.
But they've got to do something better. They've got to find a way to stop these flow of runs. He went for the Yorker, couldn't execute it, but the batter, Dan Christian, is not missing anything. 33 of just 11 striking at 300.
50 partnership once again for these two, 55 from 22. A nice day here, the sun is coming through the big windows here in our commentary box. Look at that score, 199. We've still got 4.4 overs left. Has he got enough of that? You bet he has. What a shot that is. 200 is up. It's another Ease My Trip 6. They're definitely going to get to 240, 250.
That's an extraordinary shot. Wasn't that bad a delivery. It's just the class of Dan Christian. Just timed it, didn't try and overhit it. Just use the pace.
And again from Dan Christian. Tried to go for the slower delivery, just waited for it. We've had 13 sixes in this innings so far, 22 fours, and there's 22 from these first 4 deliveries.
It makes batting very easy when you know as a batter that you're not going to get anything short. So you've got to feel for the bowlers a little bit. Again, trying everything here. Fidel Edward, slower delivery, Yorker. But nothing's working. 13 balls for his 45. Could be the quickest 50 of this tournament from Dan Christian.
Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. That's going in the back garden of somewhere. 50 up for Dan Christian. 50 at 1 off just 14 deliveries. Strike rate of 364. Fastest 50 in the tournament. 28, Abby, from the first 5 deliveries.
It's ridiculous hitting. 4 sixes in a row. Started with a boundary, might finish with a 6.
I just hope he doesn't. There is Dan Christian at the top. Fastest 50 off 14 deliveries. Tried again. End of the 16th, 28 off the over. Fastest 50 then goes to Dan Christian, with them 14 ball 50, 6 sixes and 3 fours in that innings. 217 for 4, there's 4 overs left. And we've had 14 sixes in this innings so far. That equals the best. We've had 2 games that have gone that way in an innings, 14.
If he keeps going at the rate he's going, he might as well get 100, Dan Christian. There's still 4 overs remaining.
And now has Ben Cutting got enough of it? No. Kirk Edwards in the deep, just had to get himself and his feet right. West Indies needed that wicket.
Second wicket for Remrit. It's been expensive, but that one A little bit disappointed. Ben Cutting just didn't get enough. Good catch. 5 down. Ben Cutting out for 22, 217 for 5.
Ben Cutting, Courtney Edwards off the rolling of Everett for 22. And coming in for Australia champions, number 36, Tim Payne.
Tim Payne then in with a sticker on his helmet. I think it's the Australian badge that's been taped really neatly round his helmet.
122 strike rate in his career, best of 91. 81 games. Should have got a bit more runs, 1600. But that does look very neat, Koki.
That'll be a wide. He's trying to go wide of the crease and try and get the Yorker in. Ben Cutting, well, he just tried to get it a little bit finer, and all he did was pick Kirk Edwards out, and the deep was a good catch to just get his feet right. And did another 50 partnership between Christian and Cutting.
Yeah, they need to get Dan Christian out. Because if he stays there, they're going to get to 260 even.
That's just pure power from Christian. He waited, it was a slower ball, waited. And got it past the man who was on the edge on the offside.
Yeah, just saw him earlier in a cafe. If Coffee can do that, I should have a little bit more. That's unbelievable hitting from Dan Christian.
It's such a difficult place to defend as a bowler here on this pitch. Slightly offline and you just get punished, and then you try different things, going wider and trying to get the Yorker in. At the moment it's not working for the West Indies.
What would be the best option, Corky? If he has a bowler, what would be the best option here?
Do a hamstring. No, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean that. You've just got to try and mix it up.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those skills. It's not easy. It's easy sitting here in the commentary box saying get the Yorker in, but just try and mix it up. He's just standing there like a baseball player at the moment. He's just trying to slug everything out of the park. Watch him. Well, that's okay. So he's followed him. It was a little bit of a lengthy ball, but at least he's followed him.
You're absolutely right. It's very easy for us to keep saying, keep nailing those Yorkers, wide Yorkers, or into his toes. But for these cricketers, whom a lot of them don't practice so often, it's such a hard skill to have. But still, very good from Emrit. Apart from that 1-4, he's bowled well.
Tino's having a go at Christian now. Talk us through this then, Abby.
Yeah, it's just, as you said, he keeps such a strong base and he's such good form as well. Look at that base. The head very, very still. Just the hands, which does the job more often than not. And to be fair, you got to give a lot of credit to the bowlers for bowling him that many boundary balls as well.
That's an art to dish it up, I can tell you. I did it throughout my career. I thought I'd get that one in before someone told me I dished up half volleys.
But Emrit, 4 wides already in this over.
Yep, 10 from the over, and there's still 2 balls left. 243 is the highest score so far in this competition, which was Pakistan against India at Edgbaston. Now has he got enough of it? No, it's just going to bounce, but just gets it in the middle. So a boundary. He's celebrating something, Tim Paine, because he's looking up at the Australian balcony for something. Whether that's his first boundary of the competition, I'm not sure, but he's putting his hand up.
I'm sure he's got a couple of boundaries before. It's just the reaction. Yeah, they must have said something to him.
Yeah, watch this. He's signalling. It's like he's got 100.
Probably there's been a lot of chat regarding his strike rate in this comp.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, this is in the air. Who's underneath it? Is anybody underneath it? Keeper wants it, keeper gets it. Chadwick Walton called early. And Australia lose their 6th.
Emrit picks up his 3rd. It's been so expensive going at 15.5, but he's managed to get 3 big wickets. And that's a great catch. Chadwick Walton still so fit. He had to make at least 15-20 yards. Paine out for 5, 231 for 6 Australia champions.
Coming into bat for Australia champions number 6, Nathan Coulter-Nile.
So that last ball finished the over off for Emrit. 2 overs, 3 for 31. Nathan Coulter-Nile then in at number 8. Australia still have 18 balls remaining. And Christian 56 from 17. And Jerome Taylor back into the attack, 2 overs to 22. Everybody's been expensive today.
Yeah, if you look at the strike rate from the start, apart from Ben Dunk and Dan Christian, they've struggled a little bit, the batters. But these two have played a completely different game than the others. Christian and Ben Dunk, what an innings, 100 of just 34 deliveries for him.
Going round the wicket here, Jerome Taylor. I'm not a big fan of this. I think it's times when you go round the wicket as a right-hand bowler, I think it just opens up both sides if you don't get your length right. It means that Christian can go both sides. Or just hit it straight out of the park. Watch that tandoori oven, will you? We've got to have some of that a little bit later.
Another Is My Trip 6, and look at that menu. As you said, you're going to get food from there very soon. Absolutely right, Corky. Coming around the stumps as a batter, I know I've got both options open, and you've got to nail your Yorkers every time. You don't have a lot of other options apart from the Yorker.
Former Northamptonshire and now an umpire. It's his back garden, Rob White. He's got a couple of balls now. They'll be on eBay. 15 sixes. Ease My Trip sixes is the most we've had in any innings in this competition so far. And with Christian there, it could get even worse for the West Indies.
That's gold. A dot delivery. Again, as you were saying, you have to nail your Yorkers, otherwise you don't have a lot of options, and Tim Paine, he'll be disappointed again.
Well, he's just tried to just work it. He should have just tried to smash it out of the park. There's no point in ones and twos when you're this far ahead like Australia. Just try and hit every ball out of the park. Has he got it in the middle? Absolutely has he. This is just ridiculous hitting from Dan Christian. It is his 8th and the team's 16th Ease My Trip 6.
Yeah, this is just unbelievable cricket. And the timing every time. I think he's very close to getting 100 here. They only need 32, and they still have 15 deliveries.
Well, he's just beat his record. He had 7 Ease My Trip 6s against India. He's now got 8 in this innings. What was that, 4 or 6? Keep your eye on it. It's 4. Every time he hits, I just think it's going to be another 6. By the way, there's 16 off the first 4 deliveries, and he's had a dot as well.
I just don't have any answers to this hitting. As a bowler, what do you do? That's the big question. And as you said, coming around the stump doesn't really help.
Well, records are going again. This is the highest total now of the tournament, so it goes past Pakistan. 2-4-3 against India at Edgbaston as the highest score. So we've now got 14 balls left. We thought 240, 250. There's a chance of getting to 270.
Oh, absolutely. To get there, 33 required. There's still plenty of deliveries left, 14. And the way Dan Christian's going with 8 6s and 5 4s.
There you go. That's the only way, really. It has to be perfect Yorker length, which that is. And there's nothing that even Dan Christian can do with it. He's 72 from 22. But it's an art to bowl at every ball. It's impossible to do at every ball.
Yeah, it is impossible. And also the issue is you have to bowl that Yorker on the stumps. You go slightly outside the off and it can slash you over gully and point.
Oh, he's just happy just to take strike. 17 from the over. 18 overs have gone. And Australia 248 for 6. It's like New York, not many Manhattans. Serious performances from Australia. Statement, they want to go top of the league. They want to play 4th place in the semi-finals on Friday here at the county ground. Right, Emirates looks like he's going to finish off here at this end. 2 overs, 3 for 31 so far. And just a change in field positions. Looks like Fidel Edwards is going to go out to deep mid-wicket.
And also if they lose heavily, they could be in trouble here, West Indies. Because even if South Africa wins against India, it might bring both of them into the semi-finals. So they have to be very careful.
Well, yeah, because it'll all come down to that run rate, Christian. Again, once again, first ball boundary. At the moment, South Africa are just trying to beat India's run rate. They still have to win the game, but they'll have to win it obviously by 60 runs or more, or they have to win it within a certain amount of overs. So if West Indies run rate, if they do lose this game, if it plummets, then all of a sudden then that win percentage and how South Africa have to win gets a little bit more comfortable and a little bit easier, a little bit. They've still got to do a lot. Powered down the ground. Ashley Nurse can't stop it.
Yeah, they've got to do better here. Now, he's on 81, 19 short of 100 with 10 deliveries left.
Yeah, and when you're watching this, you're forgetting what Ben Dunk did earlier on in the innings.
Yeah, he's got 100 of 34, and Dan Christian couldn't beat that in 3 deliveries.
This is hit down. It should just be 1. Oh, he wants the strike. He wants the strike. He doesn't want the 1s and 2s now. Sent him back.
He's eyeing 100. You know he's eyeing 100, Dan Christian. He's not going to get an opportunity like this very often at this part of his career. The way he is striking the ball 8 sixes, 7 fours. Why not? Have the strike.
Top edge, over short, fine leg, it's a boundary. So 4.4. He's 85 from 27. He's just striking at 314 at the moment.
This is just unreal. This is too good to be true. Oh, and Amrit, if you look at his numbers, 43 of just 2.4 overs and 3 wickets.
Well, he's due a 6, Dan Christian. It's been far too long. He's only hit 8. Well, he's trying to play properly now and keep it. Oh, no. Yeah, that was quite poor, that. It's another boundary for Dan Christian. He's 11 away now.
They've just given up. That body language from Dwayne Smith, look at that. That is really, really poor. Yeah, that is not good.
So will he take strike or will he try and hit it out the park? He wants to get 100, of course he does. What's he looking to do here, Dan Christian? Just happy with the 1. So he'll take strike. 17 comes from the 19th over. Australia with an over to go. 265 for 6. Six balls to go. Dan Christian on strike 90 from 29. And Dunk with a 34-ball 100 earlier, and Christian can beat that. Jerome Taylor, 3 overs, none for 39. And the West Indies, all their bowlers really expensive. Vidal Edwards, 3 overs, none for 48. Ashley Nurse, 4 overs, 1 for 56. Right then, what can he do here, Dan Christian? 16 sixes as the team, 8 for himself. And that's well bowled. Doesn't want the single, wants to keep the strike.
But can he do it 6 times in a row? That's the question. Jerome Taylor coming around. Anything length is going to go over cow mid-wicket. So he's got to be very, very precise with his execution. Jerome Taylor. And he's not going to take singles here, Dan Christian. 90 of 30, striking at 300.
Straight will be a boundary, 1 bounce 4. So he's a shot away from 100. Remember, Ben Dunk did it in 34 balls. He's got 2 balls to beat that now.
What's funny is Coulton had been there for 3 overs. Hasn't faced a ball.
That was in the slot as well. It's the first time really he's tried to overhit it. It should have probably gone out the park as well.
I just feel that he wanted to hit it too hard. Just the bottom hand comes into play a little bit. But this is the delivery. Can he do it? In 32 deliveries, quicker than Ben Dunk. Who would have thought?
That'll be a boundary. Got a chance now. 98 from 32. He's got 1 ball to beat Ben Dunk. 11 fours and 8 sixes in this 98.
This is the most ridiculous T20 cricket I've seen. 200s in 1 game if he gets it. Can't recall the last time I saw that.
if my maths are right, 11 fours and 8 sixes, do I get that at 92 in boundaries? Yeah, I'm right. 11 fours, 44, 8 sixes, 48, 92 in boundaries. Other 6, well, he must have had a couple of singles. Right, here we go. Can he get a quicker 100 than Ben Dunk? No is the answer. He can equal it now. His strike rate is plummeting. 296 it is.
Dunk is relieved. Look at the smile. He didn't want Dan Christian to get 100 quicker than him.
We saw some big scores in the IPL this year, haven't we, of over 200. This is huge. It is a difficult pitch and wicket to defend on, but 273, 2 balls left. Doesn't want it again. So Ben Dunk, you can just put that feather back in there. You've got him. You've done him by a run, a ball, even if he does get it.
Very rarely you see 200s in a T20 game. Remember Virat Kohli, AB de Villiers doing it in the same innings. And then Hamish Marshall and Kevin O'Brien. And he's playing this tournament, Kevin O'Brien. But can Dan Christian do it? He's missed the last couple of deliveries. But can he do it in 35 deliveries?
He's just taking his time. Jerome Taylor. He's got to try and finish it off. Pulled. Leg side. He's going to try and run for 2 here. He'll be run out. Just have to check. Is he run out for 99? Just have to check. But whatever it is, it's been a hell of a performance by the Australian batters. And we'll just have to see the replay of whether he's able to get these 2.
I don't think he's run that fast in the last 10 years of his career. Oh, he's gone. We'll have to wait, but it looks like he might be out on 99. Jesus, he is going to be out on 99.
Yeah, that looks like ball in hand of Chadwick Walton. And looks like he's short. Just trying to get the right angle and just make sure that Steve O'Shaughnessy, who is the 3rd umpire, is happy. So decision made, and it is out. So run out for 99. 99 from 35 deliveries, 11 fours, 8 sixes. What a performance by Dan Christian and Australia at the end of their 20 overs, having been put into bat by Darren Sammy. 274 for 7.
You get 99 of 32 deliveries and you couldn't get 2 of the last 3. This is cricket. Unbelievable. But what a performance. 274, one of the biggest totals you'll ever see in T20. Has been extraordinary batting performance from Ben Dunk, 100 of 34, and then Dan Christian, 99 for his 35.
Yeah, 22 from Marsh, 7 from Finch, 100 from Ben Dunk. Brilliant from him, 34 ball 100, and then was out next ball. 99 from Dan Christian, 22 from Ben Cutting. Saw Australia get to 274 for 7. Partnership 65 between Marsh and Dunk, 46 between Ferguson and Dunk, and then that big one like we've seen before. Christian and Cutting 73, and Christian and Coulter-Niles 43. Coulter-Nile got none of those, so they're the partnerships.
Very rarely you see a partnership of 43 where one guy didn't score a run, and look at the economies. Not much to say. Everyone's in double figures. 3 wickets for Emirates, but he's gone at 16 and 274. So 275 to get when West Indies champions comes to bat.
So 274, excellent from Australia and excellent from the man that Niall O'Brien is just about to talk to.
Ben Dunk alongside me. That is a sensational batting performance from Australia. But let's talk about your 100. You look sublime.
Yeah, it was nice to get out in the middle reasonably early today, and yeah, got some out in the middle. It was good fun.
274 on the board. What was the talk before ball was ball? What kind of total were you thinking about?
We've kept it pretty simple. I think, you know, all the games so far this tournament, we've just tried to get as many as we possibly can, as quickly as we possibly can. And, you know, today we got on a really good roll and kept it going.
We're just watching some of your videos on the TV, but your stance and your trigger we spoke about. Talk us through how you set up hitting those big bombs leg side.
Well, I used to try and stay relatively still, but as I've got older and I think my eyes are starting to slow down, I've had to try and get moving a little bit early. And oh, look, it's been a great week for not only myself but all the guys. We've had an absolute blast. So hopefully we can finish it off today and onwards and upwards to the semi-final.
Now, a word of encouragement for Dan Christian, 99. Can you just explain to him how to get 100?
I would have loved to see his dive. I would like, you know, if you're going to farm the strike in the last over, you've got to dive at the end to make sure you get over the line. But the boys were saying he's got a blast 100 here in his career, and we might rename the oval Dan Christian Oval, I think.
We definitely will not name Wantage Road Dan Christian Oval. Ben Dunk, well played.
Cheers, Doc. Thanks.
Yeah, good performance from Dan Christian, that 100, or that 99, and that good 100 from Ben Dunk. So it means for the West Indies, they have to try and get to 275 off 20 overs at just under 14 runs per over. Let's go for a quick break. On the other side will be that run chase.
He's my World Championship of Legends. West Indies about to start their chase for 275. Very imposing target set by the Australian champions. Blustery conditions, but thankfully the sun has been shining for the most part throughout the early afternoon. Better than we have had at different stages throughout the tournament, but the surface has produced runs. There was plenty of them on offer yesterday, and today has started in the same fashion. The lights are on, not required just yet. And West Indies opening batters need to get their side off to a rollicking start. We know that this man certainly can, Dwayne Smith. 337 matches. He's out there alongside Kirk Edwards. Be Dwayne Smith on strike to the Australia champions skipper Brett Lee. They've looked good since game number 1, Australia. They only just went down to Pakistan in a tight encounter in game number 1, and then have been far too good in their next 3 games, and they look very imposing today. So Brett Lee, with the breeze blowing across the ground from as he runs in from behind Brett Lee, it'll be from his right shoulder over his left shoulder. Ready to go. Might assist a little bit of away movement. Oh, like that. My goodness. Didn't see much of that when the West Indies bowled. Brett Lee can't quite believe it.
Just that smile. What's the upright seam position? And how late did that move? Dr. Smith was beaten all ends up on that occasion. I bet you would have loved that. The first delivery to start your spell, the rest of the 23 deliveries would be just in automation.
Just stayed a little bit low and wide. A little bit of shape though, a little bit of movement. A deep backward square and a deep point. The 2 boundary riders, 2 allowed outside the 30-yard circle for the first 6 overs. Goes down over top of mid-on and away to the boundary for 4. Smith underway.
Just picked it up from outside that off stump. Had to get close to the ball to be able to get that bottom hand into play. And Dr. Smith prefers the onside. And Brett Lee, being the street smart bowler, would like to push it outside that off stump, but it's a good start. Seen some phenomenal innings by Dr. Smith as well. In some other leagues as well. He gets going and he plays a lot of cricket around the world as well. He want to enjoy these batting conditions. What a comeback. What a comeback delivery by Brett Lee. Of the length, the seam position. Reminds me of a spell that I saw in a test match versus Ajay Jadeja by a certain Mr. Simon Dool.
Everyone's allowed one good day.
Like the Asia 11 had playing golf today. That's 4 as well. We'll take that. Not quite where he intended, but we'll still take that boundary, Dr. Smith. So we had a good day.
Yes, you did, sir. Yeah, that movement again, just away. Smith looking maybe to go more over long off this time. Moved enough to pick up the outside edge. Raced away. This time back with a point for 4 more. Ends the first 12 without loss. Strong breeze blown across the ground here in Northampton. Peter Siddle still playing some very competitive cricket. Peter Siddle, he keeps himself supremely fit. Not sure whether he's still eating 35 or 40 bananas a day or not, but some stories about going through Ashes series and going through 30 to 40 bananas a day. A little bit of shape back in, but that's a missing leg.
I'd try maybe 3 if I was on the golf course, but after a while, or maybe it's just my palate, and from India, you need a little bit of salt and some food as well. You'd miss that after that, won't you, Simon? Yeah, Niall was saying that he wanted to eat the bananas, he wanted to change his diet, wanted to get fitter. I'm sure he must have got some sort of advice from some nutritionist and helping him.
Yeah, I think a zookeeper actually. Went to Australia Zoo and got some advice. Someone said, tell you what, these gorillas and things are really fit. They run around all day. You should try bananas. He thought, I'll have some of that. Kept him on the park though, Peter Siddle. He's been a very, very fine bowler over many years. Plenty of Ashes series, a lot of cricket here in the UK.
I believe he's playing for Durham County, and the last week he was bowling up for Durham. Did a very good job as well. That's his comfort zone, Dr. Smith. Great bit of feeling there, out there in the deep. You watch so many times Dr. Smith come down the surface as well, and at the right moment or the last moment, just looks to use the bottom hand. Great bit of feeling there. Yeah, under the pump, the West Indies right from ball 1. They're going to chase that big mammoth total, 275. Plenty of boundaries needed for them. And especially in the power play. The power play, you need to capitalize, set that sort of platform. And once you get that momentum going, boundaries, the sixes, then you set the bowlers under the pump as well. That's the next game coming up. Irfan Pathan on the right of your screen. Robin Uthappa, there's the India champions versus the South Africa champions. With some reinforcements, the South African side.
Oh, inside edge and away to the boundary for 4. Gets a little bit lucky, does Edwards. Last ball of the second 22 without loss. Yeah, this is that match number 2. India champions, South Africa champions. I understand if you have a lot of injuries and you're struggling to field a team, but I think the fact that you should have been retired or should have been out of the game for a little while is fair on everybody. Got some elder gentlemen in this tournament. Most of the guys, I mean, most of them are within that 40 to 50 range, some slightly younger, some that haven't played any first-class cricket for quite some time, but might still be just around the 40, just under. But when you've got a bloke who's still playing Test cricket turning up, I'm not sure that sits well with me. I think they need to put an age limit on it, or you must have been out of any type of first class or international cricket, any competitive cricket, for at least 2 years, 3 years, something along those lines.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because you need to have that sort of level playing field, and I'll tell you what the problem is. I mean, not disrespect to any board, but lots of boards who are still playing first class cricket will get the NOC to play in this tournament. Even if you have that sort of retired from all forms until unless the league decides that, well, the BCCI is not going to allow any of the players who are playing first-class cricket to get an NOC and play T20 cricket anywhere else in the world as well. So you need to have that level playing field. I completely agree with you, Simon. And I think for the years to come, in the next few years, if that is sorted out for every franchise owner, I think to make the team, build the team, and have camps around it, I think it'd be far better.
It's gone straight up and straight to short, fine leg. Peter Siddle takes the catch, and Brett Lee, the skipper, gets the first wicket.
Just looking to use that power play, the field restrictions, wanting to go over deep mid wicket and mid on. Brett Lee saw him coming down, kept it really wide. Back of the length, and nice and easy catch by Peterson.
I just think they're having a look at this. They're having a look at this. You're not allowed to bowl a short ball. You are not allowed to bowl a bouncer. I don't know how high this got. They're just going to check this. By the time Kirk Edwards hit the ball, I don't think it was above his shoulder. But do we look at the projected path? Would it have been above his shoulder in his normal batting stance? You look here. Well, it looks okay there, but if you think about taking that ball on the path that it's travelling, it's going to be above his shoulder well and truly by the time it gets to the crease. And that's what they do with the no ball. I know it dips, but it's going to be below the waist, but this is going to actually be well above his shoulder by the time it gets to the a normal batting position at the crease. I wonder what the decision will be. Well, there you go. That is the decision of our third umpire. Not sure I'm convinced, but anyway, I'm not in the chair. Kirk Edwards gone 25 for 1.
And coming into bat for the West Indies champions, number 59, Chadwick Walton.
$25 for 1. West Indies champions, Chadwick Walton. 85 off 42 against England. So found some form. Lee just changing the field around a touch. A bit more protection behind point. He's now got a slip in place as well. Aaron Finch has popped into first slip.
Had a good innings on this surface. Chadwick Walton looking to hit through the line, get some runs. Well, that's Bradley. Outstanding. Let's have a closer look. All the third umpire thought that it was underneath the shoulder, but I completely agree with what you're saying, that we were standing in his crease with that projected path that you spoke about as well. That's the popping crease if a batsman standing in normal stance. And Tino Best got a wicket and it was declared a no ball. So that's why Tino Best going up in arms.
Doesn't take much. Good over, 25 for 1. Now 16 sixes, ease my trip sixes for the Australia champions. And this is every single one of them. They are highlighted by Ben Dunk, and in a moment you will see Dan Christian with 8 of them. That's 2.
There was one by Ben Cutting and 15 between Ben Dunk and as well as Dan Christian. That's how the bowlers missed their mark and found the middle of Dan Christian. Couple of flat batted sixes as well. Dr. Smith probably feeling he missed out on that occasion. And he caught that, Simon, the way he swung that bat, probably just feel that would have been into the houses somewhere. Sometimes it's not just about throwing the bat really hard at the ball, it's also trying to find the middle of the bat. And the batsmen who are more consistent in getting boundaries, I just feel that the guys who time the cricket ball, it's not about power, but guys who can find the middle of the bat as and when required. The head stays still through that hitting zone. South Africa champions. Yesterday's hero, Simon. Hervier getting 100. Just drove up. Spoke to him at the post-match presentation. I said, well, you had a phenomenal night. How are you going to enjoy it? He says, first up, I said, the club I was playing for, I haven't done anything for them this season. They'd be chuffed.
Nicely placed in the gap down to third for 4.
Just playing it underneath the eyes and opening the face of the bat. Found the gap. That's a boundary. Chadwick Walton. Yeah, he gets going. Dr. Smith gets going. And it's how close the West Indies get to the 274 mark, because qualification is at stake. It's the margin, because there are 3 teams eyeing for that spot. And especially with India and South Africa game, that is going to be key as well, because India is also on 4 points. South Africa, after yesterday's victory, they might be right at the bottom, but if they beat the India champions, they get on to 4 points. The net run rate is going to be key. And the margin's got to be about 60 odd. Oh, that was just powerfully struck. Pissed the man at long odds. So lots to play for today.
Yeah, still plenty to play for. That 60-run margin in the next game that we're talking about already, that comes into play for South Africa to beat India for their net run rate. But you think about South Africa's net run rate at -2. If the West Indies have a really hefty loss, their net run rate will take a big dive. $35 for 1. Well, it was an absolute plethora of boundaries for the Australia champions, Dunk and Christian in particular. Just 70 balls between them for 199 runs. Super sub is on to bowl. Xavier Doherty.
Donkey, yeah, he was pies.
Sean Marsh sitting down now, having a rest, and Xavier Doherty, left arm orthodox.
Dowie.
Still in the power play, so just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Bowl him straight away. It's a wild swing and a miss from Chadwick Walton.
Just missed it completely. Just that flighted delivery, beaten in the air, Chadwick Walton. Just feel it's that breeze, that maybe that drift that he got on that occasion. The head was nowhere looking at the ball. He was probably looking at those houses where he wanted it to end up. He was in the slot. But Chadwick Walton departs for 4, 35 for 2.
Xavier Doherty for 4. Coming into bat for the West Indies champions, number 78, Jonathan Carter.
Yeah, so lace up and laces, take a flight with hope in our hearts and stars inside. No distance to find, no plot to revelations, gonna set up proper right. The champions are back, hold the bag, miss the chance, it's always sad. Well, yeah, WCL,
35 for 2. Chadwick Walton, the last man out, bowled by Xavier Doherty, the impact sub for Australia. And if you're going to have impact, we will have impact, said the West Indies champions, because Jonathan Carter is their man in for Fidel Edwards.
I'll stop, please. That is all.
Left-handed Jonathan Carter.
Oh, absolutely.
Substituted straight away to maybe take care of the left arm orthodox spin of Xavier Doherty. Tries to straight away and will pick up 4 to get off the mark.
Let's go to help the cause, Jonathan Carter. One of the team owners for the West Indies champions. Chadwick Walton, this is how he got out. Have a look at Dr. Smith just go down in surprise and agony that Chadwick Walton missing out on good batting conditions. We're going to chase down 274. We need plenty of those 4s and 6s. The impact player for Australia, straight away, creating that impact on the very first deliveries. Well, it's how slow you bowl as a bowler on good surfaces. Don't give pace off, but there's the length, that's key. Trajectory.
Downwind and over the head of deep mid-wicket for half a dozen. He's my trip 6.
He's been bowling slow. It was tough for any batsman to get a hit, but as soon as you give pace to a batsman, you can just trust the pace and the bounce on the surface. Well, you had a deep mid-wicket in place, but it was straight out of the middle of the bat. Really nicely timed there by Jonathan Carter.
And again, that's 6 more. Sounded really good. He's my trip 6 again.
Well, that's 18 sixes in Plenty of overs left in the innings, 15.1 to be precise. From outside off stump, down on one knee, just the wrist of steel coming into action, finding the middle of the bat. Yeah, love to bat here, wouldn't like to bowl here, Simon.
Yeah, not much fun. At the same stage, the Australia champions were 52 for 1. Oh, nicely bowled, slowed that up just a little bit. 5 gone, 51 for 2.
5 overs down, 15 to go. West Indies champions are 51 for 2. At this point in the first innings, Australia champions were 52 for 1.
That's Benny.
A colossal 224 more runs needed off 90 balls for the West Indies champions to try and overhaul this incredible score from Australia. Mesmerising hitting from Ben Duncan, Dan Christian this afternoon. In glorious sunshine, which is a real pleasant surprise. Nathan Coulter-Nile. Plays a lot of his cricket for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash down under. Genuine all-rounder. Big physical specimen of a man. Dominic Cork. Speaking of specimens, Dominic Cork's alongside me. How are you, Corky?
All good, mate. All good. Just trying to understand why the floodlights are on at the moment when it's glorious baking sunshine. Unless there's some dark spots somewhere, they're on.
Pumped away through the offside. Lovely shot from Jonathan Carter, who's in as the impact player, and he's 20 off 6.
Well, they've just got to keep going, haven't they? The West Indies give themselves a chance. Is it 245 they've got to get to keep their run rate above India? So they've got to get to 245 if they're not going to go on and win the game. But even if they don't get to 245, South Africa have still got to win, and then there'll be maybe a lesser degree of win that they'll have to get to, South Africa, because at the moment you can see that South Africa to qualify, they have to beat India by 60 more runs, or if say India get 200, they've got to do it in, they have to do it in the overs that will help them get their net run rate above. So at the moment, that's if they've got to get above India. Obviously, if West Indies lose this and lose this big, then their net run rate will go down, and maybe that's scenario that South Africa have to do. They still have to win the game, but maybe not by 60 runs or within a certain period of overs.
Well, last night's victory for South Africa knocked about 1 run off that negative net run rate. I think it was 3.3 or something, and it's down to about 2.4 now. So
yeah, and apparently AB de Villiers has just flown in as well, so he's coming in today. No, I'm being silly now.
You're in a silly mood.
But they've obviously had to bring in players because of injuries.
Sliding down leg. Good start from Nathan Coulter-Nile. Just 6 off it, 57 for 2.
6 overs down, end of the power play. West Indies champions are 57 for 2.
fighting for those two remaining spots. Third and fourth. Australia through, Pakistan are through. England, well, they've already left. They checked out yesterday afternoon, got on their cars and went their merry way, England.
Well, apart from your brother who got on a plane, didn't he, and gone home?
Well, he tried to. I'm not sure he did get on one last night. He did try his best though. Couldn't quite charter the private jet for him. Oh, that sounds lovely. Really, really good from Jonathan Carter, hitting with the wind for an Ease My Trip 6.
I think it looked like a slower ball as well from Lachlan. Maybe a slower off-cutter. And he just waited and waited and just helped himself with the breeze. Maybe those floodlights that are beaming into the guy's eyes, maybe they're putting him off. And that sun.
Glorious sunshine. Get those lights off, North Hands Cricket. Save the budget. Third inside the ring, fine leg inside the ring, so Ben Lachlan will just generally bowl very straight with a lot of variations. Swung away powerfully from Dwayne Smith. I'll tell you what, that raced off the blade. Got to deep cover in no time, and Ben Cutting had no chance.
You can see that India have turned up. South Africa are turning up, and they're probably watching this thinking, wow, this pitch, hoping that Australia can bowl the West Indies out.
Poor bowling, short and wide, and I mentioned third is inside the ring, and it's flayed away for another boundary. It's a poor stop from Ben Lachlan.
Well, they're going just over or just under 11s and over at the moment. That's a poor delivery. Just width on offer, help yourself, cut away. 15 from the first 4 deliveries, but they've got to keep going. The required rate is 15.22. And just keep that figure in mind. They can get to 245.
Four more. Short into the surface, not the right option. We've seen that for 3 days. If you bang it in, you're going to get peppered. Really good from Dwayne Smith. Showed his power on the offside, but more impressive that time was the placement. Goes full and goes straight, but that's an expensive over. 20 off it, 7 done, 77 for 2. $77 for 2, the same stage. Australia were 84 for 2. So at the moment, not a great deal in it. Third dropping down for Nathan Kilton. Mid-off inside the ring. Stays down. Right there, Corky, come on.
Right, we're doing some calculations, and Max and Dooley at the back and Turge, the producer, we're all looking at each other, and we're saying that West Indies got to forget 275, and they've got to think of 245. If they can get to 245, and the reasons for this is their net run rate then stays above India. I'll come back to you. So if their net run rate stays above India, if South Africa beat India in this last game, it doesn't matter about net run rate then, because India's run rate will go down. If South Africa do it in the time that they need to go, will go above India, West Indies are in. If India win, West Indies are in.
How did England get in?
England are gone. So 245. So forget 275, chasing that down, West Indies. Get yourself to 245, and you're back here on Friday with a semi-final. Against, I haven't got a clue yet.
Oh, Corky. Out. Outside edge. Easy as you like for Tim Payne.
Coming into bat for West Indies champions, number 3, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah. So lace up your laces, take a flight with hope in our hearts and stars and signal. This is the final, got to revelations, set up.
Well, the West Indies have lost a third. Jonathan Carter gone for 27. Sullivan Ben just running some drinks. He's not the next man in. Jason Mohammed, batter who bowls some decent off spin from Trinidad. He has a mountain to climb here, and the West Indies need to just reassess how they're going to get to this target to ensure their run rate is sufficient and potentially put themselves in with a chance to try and chase it down maybe in the last couple of overs. But Nathan Coulter-Nile has just picked up his 8th wicket in the tournament. He's now the leading wicket taker in the tournament, so very good from Nathan Coulter-Nile with his medium paces, and that was an off-cutter to get rid of Carter. Clever bit of bowling this from Nathan Coulter-Nile, just rolling the fingers across it. Jonathan Carter, I think he was trying to hit it over mid-on, when realistically, with the big quick ball and the cutter, over mid-off or extra cover would have been a more sensible option. I think he knew that himself as he strolled off.
Pulled away. Taken. No, put it down. He got it, Ben Cutting, and then put it down. I was just going to give you another scenario about the run rate then, but yeah, should have taken it. He's normally good, Ben Cutting, and it's the well, it's Dwayne Smith he's put down.
Well, just stay on the edge of your seats for the next over, because Dominic Cork's got another scenario for you. 8 done, 81 for 3.
Nice.
It's the lowest one which, you know.
$81 for 3. I'm sure some of you couldn't wait to come back. I need to tell you a little bit more about the run rate. Every time that the West Indies lose a wicket, it is good news for South Africa, because the more that they lose by here, their net run rate will plummet, which means that they have got a better chance, if they win, of going through. They may not have to do it as comprehensively as they have to do at the moment to go above India. We've put all those scenarios out. They just win the game and see what it is. Be interested to see what they look to do. Will they look to bowl first and then try and chase it?
Slow ball! Beautiful slow ball from Dan Christian. I'm thinking Chris Cairns against Chris Reed many, many years ago.
At Lords.
What a little dipper this was.
He's got a chance of player of the match, Dan Christian, and look at this, out the side of the hand, Franklin Stevenson, a former Notts and West Indian fast bowler. Mr. Bowl,
bowled for 2.
slower deliveries like that.
And coming into bat for West Indies champions number 5, Ashley Nurse.
Jason Mohammed gone for 2. West Indies champions, 81.
West Indies have lost a couple of wickets in quick succession. Ashley Nurse is the new man in. Powerful striker of the ball. Likes going over long on and deep mid-wicket. Another slow ball from Dan Christian. Beautiful deception to get rid of Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, I think it comes out the side or the side back of the hand type scenario. It comes up and dips. Oh, beautiful, isn't it?
That's not a kind of dismissal as a batter you enjoy. Because it comes out of the bowler's hand and you think, oh, juicy full toss around knee high, and then there's a moment as it's coming down towards you when you realise you've been suckered. And you know you're going to lose your timber, and that's what happened to Jason Mohammed. Good. Don't think Dwayne Smith is interested in 2. Ashley Nurse want to strike, but Dr. Smith was happy just to sit and watch. This is a good start here from Dan Christian. That was a bit of a death, that 99 for Dan Christian, Corky. Milky to strike and run himself out.
Well, he should have just taken the singles. He'd have got there, wouldn't he?
Just down leg side, I think. Tidy from Dan Christian. 9 done, 85 for 4. Just going down leg side, I think. Again, out the side of the hand. Probably pitches outside leg and going further down leg side. Dan Christian bowled 4 of those out of the side slower balls that over. Very nice work. Beautiful day here in Northampton. Nice and warm for a change. West Indies need to be careful here, because if they have a poor 4 or 5 overs and get rolled for 140, 150, South Africa right in the contest this afternoon.
Yeah, anything under 2-4-5, then their run rate goes down, the West Indies, if they're going to go on and lose this game. So 2-4-5. Which is another 158 from here. Did you like that, Maths? 158 from here.
It's a long way to go. You've lost 4. Your top order, Dwayne Smith can do some damage. Ashley Nurse is more than capable. We've seen that down the years. But the Australian side looks so well drilled, so well disciplined. They don't practice, they don't warm up. They just get on with the job out in the middle. Swept leg side. India had an hour and a half training session yesterday.
Where was that at?
Up in Birmingham. 90-minute practice session they had.
What, at Edgbaston?
I'm not sure if it's Edgbaston. Might have been Portland Road.
Okay. Well,
Preparation for today.
Let's see whether it's worked this afternoon then.
Down leg side again. Just wonder, is there a little bit of tail back in, a little bit of reverse swing, or is it just angle? But a lot of balls just been angling to that back leg.
I think it's a little bit of angle. This will tell us a little bit more, and also that's a slower delivery. He's just creating that angle. He looks nice and chilled, doesn't he? Darren Sammy, smile.
Top class bowling from Nathan Coulter-Nile. Slams in a Yorker. Just 4 off the over. 10 overs have been bowled. 89 for 4. Time for a drinks break.
So down 10 to go. It's the tactical timeout. The drinks break. West Indies champions are 89 for 4.
reply. 4 wickets to 4. First one was skied to fine leg. Peter Siddle taking a comfortable catch, and then Xavier Doherty into the attack. Picked up a wicket in his first over. Good catch behind from Tim Payne, and then a slower ball from Dan Christian that just dipped on Jason Mohammed.
So West Indies champions need 100.
245 is the target for the West Indies champions. Dominic Cork has explained the reasons behind that. Dan Christian won very tidy over with a wicket for just 4 runs, so he will continue after the drinks break.
$185 required of 59 deliveries, a real difficult task for the West Indies. They've lost 4 wickets and things are not really looking too good. It was the first inning which actually deflected West Indies side, and when they came to bat, they didn't really look like the old West Indian. No Chris Gayle up front, and it was, you know, they didn't really start well. And this can happen in T20 cricket when you don't bowl well, when you have a bad day in the field, and things get tougher and tougher. Even 240, Julie, I don't really see that happening unless this man, Darren Sammy, go berserk when he gets in.
Well, it's a little bit better than 14 and over from here, just to get to that 240 mark.
Yes, Pooch.
15 and change just to get to that 240 mark. Is Ajay Sethi, the West Indies champions owner. And his family spending some time in the UK, getting away from the heat of Dubai at the moment.
Yeah, he was really excited and happy the other day when West Indies won against England. And a totally different contrast. He's just enjoying the sunshine and hoping that India will beat South Africa. So you don't have to get into all these mathematics.
Well, the way that South Africa looked last night in that run chase, that's no given either at the moment.
Yeah, that is the only worry for them, that if they put up another that sort of partnership up front against India, India might crumble and they might manage to win that game and win by a big margin. Who knows?
Over.
93 for 4 after 11.
Keep locking him down that end, Chris. Oh, there, DC. Annie.
Damn it.
Thank you.
93 for 4. Gentleman's travelled some, got an Auckland rugby cap on and a Leopold Cafe from Mumbai t-shirt on. Smith goes big. Goes big into the leg side, downwind. Had to reach for it, but got enough of it. Make my trip. Ease my trip. 6.
I'd be surprised if that ball will come back, because that went in that house, probably landed on the road or landed on the top of that cafe. It's not a Leo Cafe.
Catch it.
What about this one? What about this one? That's also clearing the rope quite comfortably. The strategies changed from the West Indians. A couple of sixes to start off after the drinks. The previous over was good. He's got to keep going like that.
Well, back-to-back sixes. Start the Xavier Doherty over. Need some big overs. Here you go again. He sweeps this time, and that will be 4 more. Great start to the over.
Yeah, Nurse forced Doherty to go a little bit more leg side-ish, because from that off-stump region, he was really hitting him and was very comfortable. And smartly played, very, very smart. Good thinking, game awareness. He knew the Doherty is little worried already. 2 sixes been hit, so played nicely. On the other side, this might not carry to the fielder or to the boundary. Another couple.
They went really wide on that occasion, did Doherty. First one up onto the roof of the van, second one over long off, and the sweep shot produced 4.
Well, this is the best bet. I think you go near the bat, or you land near the bat. You know, we saw in the first inning, it's kind of easy picking, although there's a real strong wind blowing, which should help Doherty. Another wide delivery. He's sort of bowling with the wind, so if you have to hit, that has to be into the wind. It'll be tough to clear that boundary, but he's hitting it quite nicely. And another one. Another one. Massive over. 25 off it. 180.
Doherty basically said to Tim Paine, he said, what do I do there? What can I do differently? And Tim Paine suggested he bowl really slowly. He said, I tried to bowl slowly. It didn't quite work out for him. Ben Lachlan, one expensive over. And he starts this one. A run-out opportunity to Peter Siddle. Can't hit the timber.
Lot more energy from the Australian bowlers. They're hitting the deck hard. They haven't really bowled many up in the zone for the batters. Yeah, they're making them pull. Australia's got 3 men on the onside, deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and deep square.
Good straight. You good? You good?
No, it didn't. I thought Tim Paine thought that it hit the stump. It actually hit his knee.
Yeah, so be into the surface or pace off, I think, from Lachlan. There it is, into the surface, and that's gone square. Cool to Nile out on that boundary. Oh, right on the... What's he appealing for? Jeepers.
LBW.
Never stop these Australians, do they?
I know. Well, I can't say much, can I?
No, you live there.
Yeah, I know. But quietly I'll say, yeah, that was ridiculous.
Oh, it just gets a top edge on it. It'll spin away down towards the boundary. Chase for Peter Siddle. I think he might have done okay with the right boot. Have a look at this.
Oh, that's good footwork. We might need to see another angle. Don't know, but this one will tell us a better one, better picture. Ah, great job. Great skills. Awesome skills.
A good comeback over from Lachlan. 7 from it so far. Can he keep it to a minimum off the last ball? No, he cannot. No, he cannot. It's gone all the way down the ground. Ease my trip. 6.
Smith faced 35 deliveries for his 51. Both Christian and Ben Dunk scored their hundreds in that many deliveries. So that's the difference between the two teams at this stage.
So it's ball from the David Capel and Peter Siddle.
Yeah, striking at 145, which in a run chase of, don't take away the run chase, take away the target of 245. It's well below par. So we've now got a new ball. The last one was damaged. It's not new, it's a change of ball, I should say. And Peter Siddle is back. And I have to look to take him leg side with the wind. Going to pick up boundaries, and plenty of them.
Well, the plans are very clear from Australians. They're looking to bowl short, not the bounces, but just short of a length. Yes, you can play it that short if you are comfortable. But at this stage, that tactics are working for Australia.
Good follow-up delivery as well. It's that Yorker spot on.
I'm not sure if the West Indians know that they need 240. I don't think they're not even bothered about it at this stage. They just want to just get as many as they can and then hope that India will beat South Africa. This is another beautiful shot. Excellent timing with the breeze, and I think it's carried all the way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Downwind. Just a little swivel pull. On the way. Yeah, clearly over. No issues at all. That is another ease my trip. 6. Again, just looking to give himself a little bit of room, and Siddle follows Smith to that leg side.
Partnership, 58 of 35. Last 30 deliveries, 56. They haven't lost any wicket in the last 30 deliveries, but the run rate they require, they're not up to the mark.
Down the ground for 6 more. Ash.
Ben Dunk, Christian, and now Nurse. Just one of the last delivery of the 14th is 146 for 4.
Well, in normal circumstances, 146 for 4 with 6 overs remaining would represent pretty good value, but they need 129 in 36 balls. That is the damage that Australia managed to do in the assault on the West Indies champions bowling attack.
If you're batting first and if you got 146 for 4 in 14 overs, you'll say, okay, I'm in control of the game. But when you're chasing such a mammoth total, you're almost out of the game, because every over requires 22.
Good pace off from Ben Lachlan. I think with DR Smith, we've just got to take him wide of off stump. He likes to drag everything leg side. Same again. That's a Nurse on this occasion, but both players very similar. Oh, great Yorker. Terrific Yorker.
A little bit of reverse, it seemed like. Ball was changed maybe 2 overs ago, I think. And this ball's a little bit older and is swinging very, very late. And I think with this, all this sun and pitch going dry, this might be out. Oh, just pulled out Aaron Finch. He first decided few steps that he's going to go for the catch and saw that it'll be struggling to catch. He said, I'm just going to stop the boundary. Don't worry about the catch here.
Got enough of that, plenty of it in fact. One bounce into the advertising hoardings to end the 15th over, 155 for 4. Yeah, got enough of it. It was a length ball, just angled it on that leg stump, and puts it away.
Number of bowlers used for the Australia champions. Wicket for Bradley, Xavier Doherty, as well as Nathan Coultonal. Dan Christian also picking up a wicket and bowled really well with the variations in place. Dan Christian, 2 overs for his 8 runs. Bradley, first up and on the roof for an Ease My Trip 6 as I welcome my friend Dominic Cork.
What a shot that is. 27th six of the game, and has beat that record between Pakistan and India. Into the back garden again. Rob White has got now 3 nice Kookaburra balls that will be on eBay later.
Another change of pace by Bradley. He lost some pace, but just the variations of Bradley and how he's bowled in the tournament. Dominic with the new ball and towards the back end of the innings as well. It's just all that experience. He knows what the batsman's thinking. He's trying to be a step ahead of the batsman.
Well, he knows that both of these are trying to go leg side. You know, with Dwayne Smith, he's just set up to hit from side screen all the way round to deep square leg. In the air. Now then, Siddle taken. Pace off again, and Smith goes to 64.
Yeah, realizes Bradley how good a surface this is. He doesn't want any sort of pace to be given to the batsman, and Dwayne Smith, who's looking for pace, disguises it so beautifully with the upright seam position. Nice and easy catch to Peter Siddle. Well bowled, Bradley. And well played, Dwayne Smith for his 64, 162 for 5.
Siddle off the bowling of Bradley. And coming into bat for West Indies champions, the captain, number 88, Darren Sammy.
In his T20 career, 162 for 5, 274. I think the key was 245, if I'm not wrong, Dominic. West Indies, if they're looking to chase down 274, they want to be 245 to help their net run rate. That's how Dwayne Smith got out to a slower ball. I don't think they'll get to 245 as well. So now the scenarios for the other 2 semi-finalists becomes really interesting.
Yeah, we see the end of Dwayne Smith. Yeah, what that means is that South Africa still have to win the game if they're going to get themselves into these semi-finals, but they won't probably have to win
The tall one and the girl.
with so much, like 60 runs or say in the 15th over. It'll be slightly less because of West Indies and their run rate.
That's 4. Slow ball and just worked through third man really nicely by Darren Sammy. He'll take that boundary.
What this does mean that Australia will be top of the table and they will take on whoever comes 4th. Pakistan will move to the 2nd position and they will take on 3rd. So still lots to play. That'll be a boundary to finish. So an expensive over, but the wicket of Dwayne Smith, 170 for 5.
Now, these are the standings and just the two teams that have qualified. Now, the other two spots, there's a fight between the West Indies, the India champions, and also South Africa champions. The next game, the South Africa champions play the India champions. Now, the margin for the West Indies champions, they're not going to help their net run rate. If South Africa, of course, have to win the game against the India champions so that they can get to 4 points, and then the net run rate will come into effect. Australia, of course, on the brink of winning this game. They go on top of that points table as well. Well played, Ashley Nurse for his 50. Strike rate of 178. 5 sixes and just the one boundary in that innings.
How good has this surface been to bat on as well? 50 from 28 has been quite pedestrian today. If you think about it, his strike rate is 178.
So this becomes really interesting. The next game will decide who the other two teams that end up qualifying for the semi-finals.
Well, all our eyes will be on the stats man, Max. We'll be looking over at him.
Oi, don't mind it.
And we'll be saying to him, now, Max, tell us the scenarios. And we want them within 3 seconds. We'll give you a little bit longer. We'll give you 3 minutes. And when we get to the end of this, it's all on that man.
Well, you're putting Max under pressure now.
Well, look, that's why he's in that position. He'll be there. And then South Africa will want to know it. India will want to know it. The scenarios. This is just going to run away. And the teams are already in contact with Max to ask him. They all want to know. Don't we all?
Yep, Max has been a really busy man during the entire afternoon as well. Answering calls from team managements. What the scenarios are.
Oh!
Gone. High and handsome by Darren Sammy. The
The family are happy because of this. He's on the tee with his driver. And then what else has he got? 92 from 18, that's not going to happen. 30 and over. They've just got to try and get themselves as close to 245 as possible. What they need to get to 245 from here? 62 from the last 18. I'm not sure they're getting to that either.
Darren Sammy wants 2. Ashley Nurse sends him back. Have you played golf with Darren Sammy? 8 handicap, just like you?
Yes, I was really interested to hear him in his pre-match interview. The fact he says he's the most relaxed when he gets on the golf course. It's not when there's water on the right, I can tell you. He doesn't get relaxed then.
The inside edge, and will run away for another 4. Darren Sammy will let the boundaries come.
He's a good golfer though, he's a good player. Strong man, tall man. I'm sure he's holding his right bicep. I hope he hasn't hurt himself here. I'm sure he's okay. But he just wants to get his hands through the ball. That's all he's looking to do.
Right. How do you think for next season, with the World Championship of Legends, we introduce golf as well. And the commentators can be picked by the franchise owners as well.
100%. I think this is a great idea. Absolutely brilliant. Bring it in.
In the gap and just goes over for another Ease My Trip 6.
Just a slowish delivery, just helped on its way. Just the 29th, 6th of the game.
Some variations that we see from Dan Christian right through the tournament as well. Yeah, Dan Sammy, a very keen golfer. He hits a really big ball, 8 handicap, just like Dominic Cork. In the block hole, and Dan Sammy will keep strike. It's 195 for 5. 12 deliveries left in this inning. Well, they need 80 runs of 12, and the key number for the West Indies champions was 245. Held their net run rate. Xavier Doherty, he's done that all day long. Slow and keeping it away from the arc.
Well, is this wide? You tell me, is this wide? It goes wide, but does it spin from straight? What are you saying as a former spinner?
It was well in his reach. But it pitched up as well. And on a surface like that, just a little bit room for the bowlers.
Oh, that's a bounce. There, guys.
Well, the India champions watching Dominic, they'd be seeing this game, how sides have batted on this surface. You've got to capitalize on this sort of surface in terms of batting as well. Well, that's the power off the back foot by Ashley Nurse. Another Ease My Trip 6 goes deep into that batting crease. It's another 6 by him. It's the 6-6.
200 up as well for West Indies. 200, and they're nowhere near winning.
Oh, Dowie!
Won't carry too long on. It was in the zone though. Watch Darren Sammy tee off.
Well, he's got to. They've just got to try and hit every ball now for a boundary, just to make sure that that net run rate stays as high as it can.
Oh, Jesus.
Xavier Duarte. And he drops it. And all the time in the world, did the hard work, got to the ball as well, but just popped out.
Yep, wanted it. You could hear Darren Sammy, couldn't believe he didn't hit this out the park. Full toss.
Oh, gee.
And we know that Australia will be in #1 position. We know that. They'll take on #4.
That's in the gap, and will run away for 4. That's the second boundary. Ashley Nurse struck it really powerfully.
Just gets it up and over and through both extra cover and deep long off. Need another boundary here, the West Indies.
Well, long on and long off, mere spectators on that occasion. Gets another Ease My Trip 6. 53-run partnership. 215 for 5.
90 overs down, 1 to go. West Indies champions at 215 for 5.
Four overs, 4 dot balls, 74 runs in Xavier Doherty's spell. Picks up that 1 wicket as well. Well, Xavier Doherty thought maybe Martin Ernst didn't time it, but still went for 6. What's the next game coming up? The India champions versus the South Africa champions. It's a big game for them as well on that surface. Peter Semi playing competitive cricket, on the money. That's the next game coming up. India champions versus the South Africa champions.
Yep. And West Indies are after 5 sixes here. They can get 5 sixes. They're in the semi-finals. That's how close they've got to it at the moment.
Darren Sammy wants to strike. He wants to try and hit a couple of those 6s. Well, of course, they can't get to 245 now. Like you said, they needed those 30 runs, the 5 sixes. Reminds you of Rinku Singh in the IPL.
Absolutely. 4 sixes to get them to what? 241. Still means that they'd go underneath India slightly on net run rate. And it still means with anything, South Africa still have to win comprehensively. We know that.
Sammy wanted the strike, swing and a miss. I think he's feeling under pressure with the kids behind his back, and I think they're saying, "Daddy, hit a couple of 6s."
And he would be thinking that.
Just the one. Well, it was in his arc. It was short as well.
Yeah, it should have gone out the park. It actually should have done. Didn't get it. He's looking at the bat. I'm not sure it's the bat. Just didn't time it. So, we know that their net run rate will go below India now. And so then the calculations will be made. We know that India are in the semi-finals now, win or lose. Because the West Indies will go below.
Clean ball on the last delivery of this game. Darren Sammy got 33. Was looking to go big on the offside, but really well executed. Puneet Singh would be a happy man, the Australia champions. After the very first game, Australia, with some of the injury issues, were finding it tough to get 11 on the park as well. We had Brett Lee's son go out there and help in the fielding as well, but all of a sudden, they won this game with a big moment and with a big margin as well. By 55 runs, Australia win this game as well, and they race away on the top of the points table.
Yep, right at the top now. They will take on 4th place, whoever that is. Fallen straight from Siddle. The end of Darren Sammy and maybe the West Indies. We'll have to wait and see. So there's still lots of things to play out in this Ease My Trip World Championship of Legends. South Africa take on India next. And both teams will know what they need to do.
In the competition, the only game that Australia champions lost, it was against Pakistan with Misbah and Yunus Khan, that 90-run partnership. Pakistan champions chased down 189. Bradley would be happy with the effort of the boys as well, how they've been able to bounce back in the competition. Ben Dunk finding form, Sean Marsh, Aaron Finch, as well as Dan Christian in the previous game and even in this game. 99 in quick time. Just looked like a side that has found the rhythm, and every player has found their role as well. 219 for 6, chasing down 274. Dr. Smith got 64 of just 40 deliveries. Jonathan Carter 27, and Ashley Nurse 70 from 36 deliveries, and Darren Sammy, the skipper, 33 from 18. Short by 55 runs.
Partnership, the biggest was between Smith and Nurse with the 81 from 46 and 57 from 28 between Sammy and Nurse. Just saw West Indies get to 219 for 6. 2 for 30 for the captain of Australia, Brett Lee. The pick of the bowling, a little bit expensive from Doherty, very expensive, 1 for 74. And Dan Christian to go with that 99, 3 overs, 1 for 20.
Confirmation of how Australia champions won that game by 55 runs. Have a look at that effort by Ben Dunk and Dan Christian. 100 from 35 deliveries, and Dan Christian 99 from 35 deliveries. 70 deliveries between those two batsmen, and they got to 199. 274 for 7. With that margin of 55 runs, now this is where Dominic Cork gets in.
Right, so we now know that Australia are top of the table. They will take on 4th place at the moment is the West Indies. Pakistan are 8th. With 8 points are 2nd, and India at the moment are in the semi-finals. And it's all down to whether South Africa can push the West Indies out of the top 4. And then we will have our semi-finalists.
Time for a short little break, and we come back with plenty more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation for the Ease My Trip Championship of Legends 2024. First up, the WCL management would like to thank the sponsors. The title sponsor is Ease My Trip, Platinum Partner 96.com, associate sponsors Meteora Development and MG Lion, and our venue partner Northamptonshire County Cricket Club and the ECB as well. I'd like to congratulate the Australian champions on their win today by 55 runs over the West Indians champions. And our presentation party, away to my immediate left, Mr. Puneet Singh, team owner of the Australian champions, and Malika, part of the WCL management. Thank you very much for your presence. Now time to ask Malika to present the meaty sweet moment of the match check of US $500 to Dan Christian from the Australia champions team for his 99 from 35. Couldn't quite get across the line, but entertained us this afternoon, did Dan Christian. 11 fours and 8 sixes. Now, if I could request Puneet Singh to present the Ease My Trip Player of the Match check of $500 to Ben Dunk from the Australia champions for his magnificent 100 from 35 deliveries, 12 fours and 7 sixes for Ben Dunk. Ben, come on and have a chat. Second one of these you've done today, mate. Congratulations. How'd that feel?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a really good fun out there. That's the great thing about this format, getting all of these legends together, and it's been a great week so far, so onwards and upwards for the rest of it.
Does it give you motivation to keep yourself fit and raring to go with these tournaments coming up left, right and centre?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm a cricket lover, so to get back out here and run around with these guys who some of them I grew up watching and then played a lot of cricket with is it's really good fun.
How excited to be part of a semi-final now?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll watch this game this afternoon and see who we're up against and start preparations.
All right, brilliantly played. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right, time now to have a chat to the two captains. I'll get them to sign the match ball first and foremost, though. Darren, Sammy, can you sign the match ball, please, as you come up? And we'll pass it over to Brett Lee to sign as well, the two legendary skippers of both the sides. Thank you, Darren. Come on in, have a chat. Just a few too many to chase, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. Probably 240, 250, but not 275, man. It was they batted well. I think Duncan and Dan Christian, the two Ds really killed us, man. And but it was good that the boys got to a score of 220 to keep the run rate up and asking South Africa to do a lot in this game. So. We're still keeping our fingers crossed that we're in the semis.
Just going to sit and watch and hope for the best now?
Yes, but look, at the end of the day, we get exactly what we deserve. What you put in is what you put out, but the guys have been gradually improving. Some of our boys have not played cricket for a long time, so it will take us a little bit longer to get warm up. But I love what I saw with the bat today, and hopefully we get another look in the semis.
How are the bowlers feeling?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been tough on the bowlers, but Tino is still fit and still got the energy. Jerome and Fidel is more our spinners, as you saw. Badri and Ben could not play today. They were rested. But hopefully, you see what one day break could do.
All right, thanks, Darren. We'll see you again soon, hopefully. Right, Brett Lee, if you have, hopefully you've signed the match ball, have you? If you could do that for us before you pop on up. Another class performance after that first game loss, Brett. You've just got better and better.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I think the guys have played extremely well. There's a big total of 274 on the board. A bit of a bowler's nightmare out there today, and hard work with the the wind pushing across. But collectively, a great effort from the Aussies.
Ben Dunk, Dan Christian. I mean, just the clean hitting, the clean nature of it. You need a good surface to do it, but boy, they look good.
Yeah, definitely. I said get them back in the IPL, maybe even the Big Bash. But they're dominating here and playing some really, really good cricket.
Semi-final time, what are you expecting?
Oh, look, I just don't think we try and look too far ahead. Obviously, the boys had a great win again today, and then just try and roll it all out again on Friday, making sure that the guys pull up okay. It's pretty hard to play back-to-back games, but I think the Aussies, will go okay.
All right, we'll see you in a couple of days. Congratulations.
Thanks, Dolly. Cheers.
Well, Australia are top of the log. Superb from Brett Lee and his troops. Played 5, won 4, just that one loss to Pakistan. Pakistan have also qualified 3 and 4. We don't know at the moment. Top 4 into the semi-finals. 1 will play 4, 2 will play 3. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we might have the toss for the second match. It's the big one. India champions up against the South Africa champions. Who is going to get to the semi-finals? Namanoja is back in to the Gurpreet Mann is out. Ravi Uthappa, Suresh Raina, Yuvraj Singh, Yusuf Pathan's in good touch. Pawan Negi, 31 years young. Harbhajan Kulkarni, Vinay Kumar, Rahul Shukla. That's a strong look in India's side. And Dominic Cook, you like this South African 11?
Certainly do, especially the two new incoming players, Hervé and Snyman. What a performance that they put in yesterday to give South Africa a little chance. Jacques Kallis has not seen a lot of Jacques Kallis or Richard Levy with the bat, and they'll have to rely on their bowlers because they've got a bit of tap, the likes of Vernon Philander and Charles Lagerfeld. And Ryan McLaren, gone. Remember, he'd gone with the hamstring. Thought that was it, he's back in. And Imran Tahir, can he bowl as well today as he did yesterday? Match 15, we're in the last game of qualification, and we still don't know who's third, fourth or fifth.
Oh, it's a great time to be alive. Ryan McLaren, the injured player, comes in for the injured player JP Duminy, who's going out. I thought that was brilliant from Jacques Kallis. Good cricketer Ryan McLaren, played a lot of county cricket for Lancashire and Kent. Won a T20 blast in way back in the early 2000s at Warwickshire for Kent. He bowled a very decisive over when he got 4 or 5 Yorkers right in the block hole. Huge game this, folks. We don't know 2 of the 4 semi-finalists, and this is the last game of the group. It's exceptional. You couldn't have written a better script. Here's Imran Tahir. He found a little bit of rhythm the last game. Finally, Namanoja back behind the pegs. Good to have a proper keeper behind the stumps.